2, mic check. Check 1, 2. And my voice is giving out already, or just middle of the week. Here, it sound like a 20-year smoker or something. Hello, my name is Blanche. You might pass me one of them cool 1000s. Yeah, take the filter off. Good morning, Trade Vibes. How are you? Good to see you, brother. Yeah, Josh, relentless, right? We're going to talk about that this morning. Check 1, 2, mic check. Because we actually have a lot to go over here. I might need to take I think I'm going to take like a half a day off or something. There's a lot to go over. I don't know how to top line some of this stuff here. There's a lot of unknowns. I don't know if it's unknowns, but there's a lot of discussion on the data. Watch out, there's a gaps to fill down below on the open this morning. What up? What's going on, Mikey? How you doing, brother? Super Gals, good morning. We can get right into it here. We're going to go to the trigger screen here. Good morning out there. How are you all doing? Hope you're doing well. We have a lot to go over. I don't know how to exactly to relate this, or if I should just write a brief on it, but try to top line it for everyone. But there's a lot of discussion on the reopening and the data and what it means and how the market will react to all that kind of stuff, when it's going to be dropped. So we got a lot to talk about. And this morning, on Monday, we did a mini brief in the morning, and I think it kind of helped everybody to feel more connected, or a better explanation than just a written brief. I mean, written briefs are great, but it's always good to be able to, like, when we went over Gamma on Monday, it was kind of it's nice for you guys to be able to see Gamma as it comes out on a Monday and how to interpret it without trying to tell a bullshit story.
The Japanese yen extends its weakness to 155 yen per dollar.
I always notice that some of the Gamma bros will try to tell you a story, spice it up or whatever, when there's really no need to do that. I get the idea behind it, why, but at any rate, let's just take a look at the market here for a minute. And what we have going on here is very similar to what happened over here. Not too different. At every level that we came... sorry about how loud that was.
Markets on open imbalance. S&P 500, buy side 66 million. Nasdaq 100, sell side of just 1 million.
It's like
Dow 30, sell side just 3 million. Mag 7, sell side 36 million.
They came into this level over here, and it was the same deal. It was like buy, buy, buy. We need to buy. We need leverage in the end of year. Same thing over here. Same thing in these mini things here. It didn't matter. Same thing over here. And even when we're in volatility down below, we're in that same environment. Now, this is not retail. That's a nice little blast down right there. You see that? Closed all those gaps right there. We could start ramping right here, believe it or not. Nice drop on the open here. The idea, though, is that institutions are buying every dip. It's not just institutions It's now vol control gang, CTAs. This isn't retail, and you can kind of feel it. I can feel it. Like I'm like, we're gonna do this, or we're gonna do that, we're gonna do this, and then, especially yesterday, there's one more gap. Sorry, there's one. I apologize. There is one more gap lower. There's a gap at 683.92. Yesterday I feel as though we should have rolled, but I was watching those flows in the 10 a.m. and 12 p.m. And if you're not watching for those new continuation lows right now, and those flows are coming into the market, hitting the tape. I know they're saying that the volumes are low right now. They're not. It's all institutional buying right now, and they're also rotating right now too. Retail is out of market basically. They've gotten crushed everywhere, and I get that. Sometimes I forget that. We always like the nice shiny object, and the moment the nice shiny object is pulled away, we get sucked into that destruction, and we don't look anywhere else in the market. It actually is one of the reasons I began trading the S&P 500. I would, at different phases as a trader and investor, I would get left behind in my favorite stonk. And then the crowd would come back, and then the crowd would leave, and the crowd would come back. And this could be in a bull market. So it wasn't like anything bad was happening. There was just no tension on my favorite stonk. And then hit a bear market and get flushed out. And it wasn't always right when the bear market started. It was
price
before.
Target following the company's analyst
the market would cut the legs off of a stool, right? You'll have like a stool in the market, and they're sawing legs off, or even just rotating. S&P is still holding up, where your favorite sector might be getting hacksawed to the depths of hell, or there's some rotation into something that you're not familiar with, or I wasn't familiar with. I never traded anything but tech, right? Or spec growth or whatever, memes. But I remember I wrote this on Twitter last night. I said that Horse Lover Fat taught me a lesson. I don't know where he is anymore. People ask where he is. I don't know where he is. I don't know if he's still on Twitter. I don't know if he's under a different pseudonym or something like that. But we were very close. I don't know if you know this, but when he had no followers on Twitter, he had like one follower, and we became friends, and we would DM each other every day from start of the market to the end of the market. And I remember we were coming into the end of a bull run, and I was like, "What's your plan?" He was like, "Well, I'm getting out of all these spec growth stocks." And we did that together. And then we came into I think this is like the end of a bull market, but then at the end of the year, he started selling Fang Man. And I started selling Fang Man. And we started collapsing down into the indexes. But they were the safest bet. And we weren't playing whack-a-mole, which I think a lot of that's been going on too. There's been some whack-a-mole where, there's been great short opportunities and great long opportunities, but if you pick them wrong, you can get wrecked. You really can. You can get wrecked. And meanwhile, you're in there trying to work on pick these stocks, and there could possibly be a whole community of bag holders in there. That's another danger, right? Because you don't want to get sucked into that with them, because they're going to lie to you and tell you it's going up. At any rate, I made that post last night, and I meant it, that if we're coming into the end of the year, you're going to get, like, CNBC is going to come out and tell you in February, there's still life in this spec growth sector, but in truth, the easiest trade sometimes is the best trade. And that's how I started learning how to trade S&P 500. I realized that while all the shiny object shit's going on, or the market's crashing or whatever, the S&P was a provider for me. It made me regular money. It was the most, especially SPY. It always has flows up or down. You can get in, you can get out. It's always in the news every morning, every day. It's talked about. It's not like your shiny stock goes away in the news cycle or people aren't interested in it. And if you're a new or young trader or something like that, it's if you've like traded crypto or spec growth or memes or TMT, Mag 7, Fangman plus T, whatever you want to call all of that, as they cycle in and out. If you've never traded those indexes, like learning on DIA or SPY or then moving into Qs, Qs are faster. They're more in line with a lot of the spec growth stuff and memes. But if you learn the S&P 500, it'll always be there for you. I gotta say that it's one of the things about the S&P 500 is that it always provides. That gap was closed. Looks like they're auto buying already. We're gonna take a look here first at just the state of the market, where it's at, expectations, stuff like that. First thing we're gonna look at here is this 4-hour basis here, and you can see that a few things have happened here. I think we talked about this yesterday. And I discussed with you how they were I think I even discussed this on this one here. They're dangling that gap close up for you, and they're not giving it to you. Right? It's like a sausage. Hey, bro, we're gonna close that gap, so you're still in puts, or someone's still in puts, and they're the fuel for the rip up. You know, the same shit's happening again and again, right? And up again, and hey, man, we're gonna close that gap down there, get short or whatever. And I think I said to you, I've been harping on this, just remain in by the dip. It is the best thing to do. It's very dangerous right now. It's not that we're not going to come close this stuff. It's that you're the fuel for the rip higher. And you can be the fuel for that rip higher into the end of the year, potentially. Where we're like correcting sideways, and they're like the institutions right now, and then the buybacks are like 6 or 7 billion per day too. Buybacks it's like every day in the month of November. Buybacks like 6 billion hitting the tape. And then you get institutionals that are trying to get the window dressing for the end of the year. So I think just that mantra of every time we have a pullback, that level and see if we're going to roll. And if we do, we wait to buy the dip. But if we don't, I think yesterday was a prime example of that. We should have rolled, and we could see that there was no continuation of that roll to the downside. They were not getting the lows they needed into the 10 a.m. hour and the 12 p.m. hour. You could just see it. It was clear as day. The next time it happens, I'll try to explain it better to you, how to see it. But anyways, let's take a peek here and see where we are in the market, in the state of the market right now. We're gonna look at some gamma stuff too this morning, and just check on gamma and see if there's like if the call buying stops, do we begin to roll down, or do we just continue higher? I think the key levels to be paying attention to right now is just right here. I think we just pay attention to this level right in front of us here, 683.80. We'll talk more about rolling below this level and opening doors and stuff like that. I'll put this in under white, as if we break down below this hourly trigger, that we're starting to open doors even lower. I'll draw one right in here. And the crazy part too is I was reading some white papers, some morning briefs this morning from GS. And they were showing the data on retailers, and it's been shocking. Like, they're getting murdered. They're getting shanked everywhere. And not only that, the shocker behind it, the way that GS described it this morning was, so maybe I'm long NVDA, right? And it's getting taken to the woodshed, and I'm getting, murdered in my position. And then I try another stock out, right? Well, it's not going to go up until their earnings, right? So I try another stock, and that's getting hacksawed down to the depths of hell. And then I get into earnings, and I think it's crazy buying calls on an earnings personally. But this earnings in particular, almost everything was taken to the woodshed. They all beat. Their profits are outstanding. So it's like at every place a typical retailer hangs out, they're getting taken to the woodshed. So then, of course, they're reading and they're watching. Like, I want you to know something. Like, I have a creator dashboard on YouTube, and it tells me what you want to watch. It tells me what topics you're interested in. And those topics are meant to draw you in with emotion and feed into your emotions. I don't make those videos for you, nor do I label live streams like that for you. So I don't get picked up by the algorithms either. It kind of hurts me in my viewership, which I kind of like. I don't like a large following. I'm not interested in that stuff. I think it gets too noisy. Becomes more like a fucking circus. And at any rate, my point here is that then you're consuming something like, you're getting hacked up in your favorite bull market stank, then you're getting hacked up on earnings, and then you can't find a home for yourself. And then you're consuming market doom videos, and it turns you into this like, well, you know what? If none of that's gonna work, and all my shit's going to the depths of hell, we should be crashing right now. And maybe a newer retail trader doesn't realize that there's a greater market. And I want to impress that upon you, the resilience of the S&P 500 in particular, not NASDAQ, not IWM. I guess IWM is a good barometer for unemployment rates, because it hits those small mid-cap businesses.
2026 oil output at 90 million tons.
The S&P 500 is very resilient. It's usually the last to go, and it's probably the best bellwether for risk off. When you see the S&P 500 start actually crashing, not stay in trend, that's bad news. So when we talk about price going under the daily trigger following, hourly trigger following, taking that second low, that's dangerous. That is real risk off in the market. That is when we begin to go into bear markets and crashes and major corrections and actual corrections, which we have not done yet. We haven't actually done that this year. It's very similar to 1996, 1997, what we're in right now. At any rate, let's take a peek. I guess my greater point here is, if you ever feel like you're spinning your wheels in the market, or you're left behind, or you can't make a good trade, and you're watching this show, I would consider learning how to trade the S&P 500. I know it's not glamorous. I know you don't get the cool, of tech events and the cool new products and all that kind of stuff. But if you want to make a living in the S&P in the stock market, it's one of the. If you ask anybody that's in the market for a long time, they're going to tell you the S&P 500 is the place to be, one way or another. Whether that's futures, SPX, I forget what it's called, XSPX or whatever the fuck that small thing is. They're trying to spin on us that other small ETF, or even SPY. I don't care which one you're trading. Any of them are good. At any rate, if we come to an end of a bull run, I want you to think about that. And the next bull run, too, like when we go through a bear market or a major crash of some sort, we'll talk about how to identify getting back in a spec growth.
QBE North America's
to
report.
actually get out of S&P
but they noted that it
500,
faces headwinds such as labor shortages, increased
voice
turn
use
that off for a minute.
disconnected.
Doesn't matter. At any rate, and there'll be some safety in S&P 500 in a bear market. There really is. There's a lot of money to be made in the sell side. There's a lot of money to be made on seasonal dip buying, even in a bear market. There is a seasonal dip buy. There's still 2 every year. So there's some safety hiding out in the S&P 500. And keeping the S&P 500 down for a long period of time is not common. It is very rare to see that kind of drawdown that you might see in your favorite stock. Your favorite stock goes to like 50 cents, $1 or something, and you can get annihilated in there. And if you've never had a chance, I if you've never had a chance, the stock market is littered with companies that at one time were darlings. Excuse me. That were darlings. Like big spreads in the New York Times and the Journal. And they just turned into a smaller company. They're still publicly listed, but they just never became what they said they were going to become. And you never want to get stuck in that either, where your stock just trades sideways and down for 20 years, 15 years, 10 years. So you got to be able to identify when to get out of spec growth and when to jump back in a new bull market or after a crash, before that being a case of a bear market. At any rate, let's take a look here and see what's going on. You can see they're pressing lower right now. We're going to look at an hourly basis here. Make that one yellow. They're dipping down right now off the bell. I did let you know that they wanted to close some gaps off the bell this morning. Want to see how deep this is. Pretty deep right now. Make that yellow. And I wanted to talk about this because of gamma. The moment we stop buying calls above that 68.50, you can already see that dealers are coming in to sell into the market and cash market, New York cash. I'm going to snap one in here. Talked about this yesterday. That right there. I don't think these 1 hours are going to matter too much, but I think we're looking at least the 4 hours here. I think these are way more important. And you can kind of see something here. I want to show you something here. You kind of have like this, kind of seeing this like, something like this, right? And maybe some kind of a sweep down there to go up. Not sure yet if that's going to be the plan. Take a look and see what we got. We still have some more gaps to close here. I didn't see these on this other chart that I was looking at, but there's another gap down below here. Look for the 10 a.m. flows here. Bring these over here. Just think about that that S&P 500 as being. Let's take a peek here. Something else going on here too I wanted to show you, which is, if you haven't noticed already, on a 30-minute basis, SPY is rolling over. You can see it right here. 30-minute basis looking kind of weak here. Kind of looking for at least something, somewhere down in here. Nice little dip. Pounding out the 30-minute, closing the gap right here. There's a target right there. See what happens up here. Rejection point above here. Hang tighter, guys. Down there. See if we can just get that last little bit down here closed. Be careful of flows on this 1 hour mark here. These are the buyers from I wouldn't worry about these guys too much. These are the same. These are the Tuesday buyers at 1500. Only reason we went up here was because of the call rolling. So this, we could lose all this too. We want to in particular watch this white line right here, this 680.95. Get up here and take this right down there. Try to sweep these flows into 10 a.m. down here. There is... Yeah, watch out for this one right here. This is the best. I like the idea of coming all the way down here. I think my target's 680.13, but I don't know if we can get there. There's 930s up here. Snap one more line up here. You can see where it is. It could actually go right here. I'm interested to see if we climb all the way back up here. There's a couple gaps up high too, just a heads up. Could go up there and could actually trade up here. Sweep this stuff. Let's find out where those gaps are up there. There are still a couple gaps above. Next thing we're going to do is we're going to take a peek at, I want to impress upon you a few things here. When I showed you those gaps earlier that are lower, there's not a lot of support, or there wasn't yesterday. I got to check this morning. I think we should look at this together on this OPEX day. Just check this really quick. We're going to take a look at this together. Just so that you can see here, this bottom chart right here. Let's go down here and look at this together, because I think we're going to go down a little bit here, or at least park over here somewhere. I'm going to look for a bottoming right in here, just so you know. But we need to look at this more closely. So we're trading 68.53 on SPX right now. And that's right here. So we're parked like right here. What's good is that the target is still 6,900. Sometimes this is top of the market currently 7,000. We can sometimes, if we come up here, we start pushing calls higher to here and here, and come back down here maybe, and then back up again. That makes any sense to you, or at least to here. Currently, the target is 6,900. Theoretically, we could get up to like 6,950 or 6,925 at some point. But I think it's important to see where we are. We're parked in the 6,850. We've done a better job of creating a cleaner, a little bit cleaner this week of a demarcation point for a gamma flip. It was very messy, but here's where the stink comes in. There isn't a whole hell of a lot for a drop. This is 6,500. And our first stop is 6,700. There's a little bit there. 6,700 would be a nice target. Maybe 6,730. So let's just take a look at this market. We're not really as hedged as I'd like to see it. So we're going to delete all of this. Just a midweek, SPX, where are we? Kind of a thing. And the most important thing you need to know is that 6850. Did I even show this here? Go to a 1 minute. Come on now. So this is support. And it's pretty decent. It's not bad. It's the only support, really. So this is really the only support. I'm going to show it to you one more time. And it's right here. That we're literally pounding like this. Bam, bam, bam. There ain't nothing underneath here. There ain't a lot down there going on either. So, I think buying the dip here is good. I do want you to know that. I wouldn't be selling this per se, unless we're able to get it underneath new low. So I'll leave you with that. Wherever we are right now on SPX or on SPY on the other chart, this should be bottom, and you should be buying the dip right now. I'll let you know that, like, this is the place to buy the dip, right where we are. Now, if we begin to roll, and, we get the 10 a.m. flows or the 12 p.m. flows, wherever that is over there, and you start to see us, breaking down or something, pull the plug on your trade. Lick your wounds. If you're a bear, don't be trying to sell this. I'm going to warn you. This is buy the dip. I'm promising you. If we get underneath this, though, if we trade under this, make a new low, we will take a short if you want, or some puts or something like that. But I do want you to be aware that this is kind of support where we are. The next support is at 65, 80, 50. We got some new numbers in here. That's good. The next gamma level is weak, and that's gamma support. And then we get 6,800. So kind of a big drop. I'll show it to you in a larger frame here. You can see the nice little wick going on here right now. Looks like they're buying it up. The next real true gamma support, though, is not until 6,800. And this is where it comes into play, where I think in the Discord this morning I said I think we're going up today. But the market wants, oh, shit, hold on. What's going on here? Wait a minute here. Where'd all this? You've got gamma support. Nice little wick right here. But the more importantly, you can see just with the next level of gamma here that it's kind of a drop to close out those gaps down below. It's a nice sweep right here, right? 50-point drop. And this, I think I want to say that the scariest part to me is that there isn't much support underneath. Next support is 6,700. Way down here. And it's not that strong. It's weak. I guess you could call it not strong support. Let me just peek at this really quick. And 6,800 is your gamma flip. Weak support and gamma flip. And I think the bigger thing to note about where we are is that so there's the gamma support, gamma weak support, gamma flip. The drop here is pretty violent, and there is not a lot between there and 650. So this tells me a couple things here. This is already telling me that the way is either higher in the end of the year. And if it ain't, we'll just make this maybe, I guess, white. I guess we can make this. This really is telling me, this is, let me just check this really quick. 6,700. I want to write small put wall. This is the current put wall. But what I think this tells us is, yeah, we can go down here and like get quick and stuff and go up. But I'm telling you, like, this is kind of support. Like for up. I don't like any of this right now. I really don't. I don't find this supportive at all. This is a very small put wall. This is your gamma flip and a call wall. I think any trips down here could get very funny. Not funny, of course, but just note that the gamma map is not the best one that I've seen. It's not as unclean, but it's basically telling you we got to go higher. And if we start breaking down in here, it could get really messy and dangerous. So I just want you to know that. There ain't much stopping. There's no like, there isn't much support. So your two support levels, to me at least right now, would be 6,850, 6,800. This is where you're doing business as a buy the dipper. If that doesn't work, it's gonna be party time. I wouldn't trust anything under here. None of this. I would trust this hourly trigger, but I wouldn't even trust this daily trigger at this moment. I would think that we would at least blast through it. This will stop us, but this like swooping down to 700, I think, is pretty easy. 6,725 or something like that, possibly too. There's no 6,730. I would say this is kind of it for the bulls right here. You want to start seeing the market slow. we start smashing through any of this stuff over here, because this is a very small put wall, and this is an extremely small put wall over here. This also is kind of telling me we need more puts. Extremely small put wall. We'll watch this closely here. Now, interestingly, what I have for us doing today is to go up and roll over. For us today, I've got us doing something kind of like this. Up here, right? Start trading this like 875. Somewhere up in here. And then some kind of a roll. Down in here. Now, the market hasn't been wanting to do this. Market has not wanted to roll down. I can see why. We start heading down here to party. This is your gamma flip. You know, the bears like to come in and do a hit and run. It can get kind of spicy down here. Now, the one thing that is important to note here for the bulls is that CTAs are supportive in here. And vol control gang is supportive in here. That is on a bull's side, at least. CTAs, vol control. Not only that, but we got buybacks too. So if we do revert down here and you're bearish, you're like, hey, Cap said it's weak here. It's not. It's weak, but it's weak here. But I would expect these flows to kick in here, flows to kick in down here, and not only that, dealers become supportive somewhere in this 6,700 to 60. Just draw it this way. Vol control is like here. CTA is vol control, and then you also get some dealer action down here, where they become supportive as well. Now, if we lose this, let's say we start to lose we start losing levels here. CTA's vol control gets overrun. Dealers are supportive in here. We start losing that dealer support, though. What happens? You know, all these guys start chasing and amplifying the downside, right? They turn dealers, rather becoming supportive, become sellers, and they will make us blast straight down to the depths of hell here. So just be aware of that as we move forward. Don't want to create any fear or anything. I'm not fearful here at all. This is still good structure with CTAs, vol control, and dealers being supportive over here. So bullish. And I haven't spoken to you about the targets higher. So if we hold this 6850, we have a couple targets here. We've got 6875 and 6875 and 6880, which is just where we are. This is our first target right here. On there. This is our upside target. This is our next upside target right here. So this is where I've got this up here, right? Just change this to a solid line so you can kind of see it. Right, so pound these out here. Kind of like blast down here, blast down here. And then we're looking for these flows to come in, right? These CTAs to come in, vol control gang, dealers, that kind of stuff. There is some risk for some blasting down here because it is the gamma flip, but I do expect them to step in, to be supportive. And then we're looking for that 690 trade up here. Right here. I would still expect to draw down, pound this out here, something like this. Maybe we dip down. Then we start trading that like 620, 625 stuff over there. Won't look at that right now. We're going to focus on just this price action right here. This is what we'll look at today. We could spend like today just trying to pound this out and then some kind of a roll down over here. If you are a dip buyer, maybe set an alert on, I would set an alert on 6,800. Just pop a little, if you're like not able to be here all day long, just set an alert down here. Maybe 68.20, 68.10 or so, 68.20. That might give you what you're looking for in terms of the better dip buy in case, instead of right where we are, right? Kind of at the tail end. If you're looking for that dip to buy, probably somewhere on this hourly trigger on SPX. Let's go back and look here. Just check this right here. We'll go back to the main screen here. They're gonna eat you alive today, aren't they? That's what I think they're gonna do. so just watch this down below here. You can see this right here. So we can draw this in right here. Or where's the go back to an hour here. Hold on. I think they're just gonna grind us here all day long without a break. There's weak support gamma flip. Put this one right here. Go back to a 1 minute. And this is gamma support. Right where we are. We'll try to mark it on SPY next. Remember that we can sweep down here, close this gap right here still. You know, we can go underneath this gamma support for a minute. We just can't go underneath, in my view, we can't go underneath this one right here. That one right there. We can still, if you're watching both of these right now, you see this 4 hour right here. Go all the way down here. The only thing we don't want to see here is that break of that white line right there, okay? Here's your 10 a.m. sellers. 9:30 came in, sold. They're trying to sell 10 a.m. I'm going to try to press price here. Don't freak out yet. Be like, don't be super bear here. Catch this one right here. Start with that one. Be careful because what they'll do is they'll push price all the way down here. Like right here. And it'll come right back up and get bubbly again. There we go, right there. It's perfect. So you can see this down below. Good morning, by the way. Hope you're all doing well this morning. I'm going to read some news to you this morning while we grind out the option chain. JPM, still bullish, question mark. Yes, we are still bullish. On a day where AI fatigue was evident, AMD Analyst Day. Oh, by the way, I got something for you guys here. Hold on. Give me one quick second before I read this to you. Where's my think tighter, guys? I got something for you this morning. Before I read this to you. Was this JPM or was this I got two things to share with you this morning. No, maybe just one. Hold on here, guys. What was I looking at this morning? Was it B of A, maybe? No, that was paycheck to paycheck. Tighter, guys. Was it Goldman Sachs this morning that put that out? Yeah, right here. Okay, so I'm going to share this with you in the Discord as a companion piece. I'm going to read part of this to you. I'm going to read you a short clip and then I'm going to read something else to you. So the JPM, still bullish, question mark. Yes, we are still bullish. On a day where AI fatigue was evident, AMD Analyst Day, AMD Analyst Day, AMD Analyst Day. Coming right back to Analyst Day here in a moment. The CRWV miss, NVDA negative holder headlines, given the SPX an excuse to decline 1% plus on a low liquidity day. We saw the market rotate to a combination of defensives, HC, staples, and RE, and commodity-related sectors to post another gain. The gain came with greater or less than 68% of the index in the green, and SPW outperforming SPX by 37 BPS. Now, this harkens to the conversation we were just having about being able to hang out in SPY, SPX, ES, when there's rotation going on and kind of shit's on fire in other parts of the market. On that same note, I dropped for you an analyst day white paper that dropped this morning inside the Discord. And I just want to read the first part of it to you for a minute. Hold on here. All right, can I just open it maybe? Read it to you. Read the first part of it to you. For those of you who like earnings season or looking for drops in earnings season, you're looking for deals. As earnings season fades, we enter into a busy period of year for analyst days. This is from JPM. Our research shows that call buying around analyst days has been a systematically profitable option buying strategy over the past 25 years. Buying calls 5 days before the analyst day and selling 1 day after has resulted in plus 18% return on premium on average and was profitable each year, except for 2008 and 2022. That's it. When macro moves overwhelm the short-term alpha of the strategy. We attribute this to a positive bias to share performance on analyst days and underpriced upside symmetry. Excuse me. So you have all these companies that are coming out of their ER season. They've been hacked to death. And then they're getting these analyst days. And what just happened with AMD? Crushed it, right? Bloodbath into the close, rip faces off thereafter. And this white paper describes how you get long about a week before these things and you stay long no matter what the price action is until about a day after. And then they clean up and get out of that trade. That's what happened with AMD yesterday. Okay? And in this white paper, they have some sells in there. So if you're a bear or if you're better on sell side and you want to sell one of these analyst days, there's some picks in there for you. And there's some calls for you. If you're looking for your stock to start to pick back up and run because maybe they got hacked to death during their ERs, maybe you have an analyst day that's coming up that's in that white paper that you can look forward to as a trigger to go higher as we exit earnings season. So that's inside the Discord right now. If you have a chance, take a look at it and read it. We're putting around here trying to murder the chain right now. So, you probably have another half an hour to pop that thing open and see if there's anything in there for you. Also, I don't have it in front of me yet, but I get a short report. We're coming into OPEX. Those short reports into OPEX and month end matter. And so I'm going to try to pull that. I went looking for it this morning. I couldn't find it. I didn't see that it was out or anything, but if I see it, I'll get a list of most shorted stocks. Not that that list is not publicly available to some extent, but these are the ones that these are the baskets that the street hold as their meme. Short the fuck out of it and then lay off it in OPEX and end of month. So I'll take a look at that for you and try to have that to you in the coming week or so whenever they drop that for OPEX for November. What's going on? Yeah, you got to be paid. They got to grind the chain down here. They're not looking to sell this. They're just looking to murder the chain right here. I expect us to hold this. The only way that I don't think we hold this is if we go on, if we touch this white line, I got start getting ready to start selling it. Otherwise, I think we just grind in here. That's what I would do. All the buying that comes in, just be hammering it with shares. Well, once I think I talked about this yesterday when we got up to that 6850 level. Let me just show you this. We got up to like that 6850 level yesterday. I'm like, we're gonna scream higher, but the moment they stop buying calls, they're just gonna start hammering it. That's what I'd be doing. That's the normal price action that takes place. So I think we just park around here for a bit. I kind of try to burn the day away a little bit. Anyways. You guys are like, oh goddamn, he's in here talking to us this morning. Probably knows we're gonna be grinding today. Another quick thing too here is this morning I've got 0 returns on any kind of spec growth. 0. So that also is telling me that what I explained to you earlier about retail getting fucking annihilated one way or another and then getting all bared up and wanting to crash the fucking stock market and stuff. And they're just losing everywhere. I think it might even be to a point where where you're going to see these people like they're going to go probably straight into like TMT or like unrisky TMT or safe mag 7 maybe when they should probably be going into indexes. I'm going to tell you that right now. Oh, here we go. We got a little bit of a crypto fear index. Still not max fear yet though. Fear index on crypto is 24. It needs to be like a 30. We need a little bit more fear. And crypto is the one thing where like you got to beat a crypto bro over the head. You got to like. People are like, well, why do you think we should go down to like 80 or 90,000? And I'm like we should go down there because they're worse than a community member of a shitco. Like crypto bros, you gotta like rip their clothes off, pour gasoline on them, and light them on fire because they're always believers. Between them and the bots, you can tell that those guys, you really have to like hurt them. It's not like good enough to break an ankle. You got to break like a kneecap or two, smash their hands on a table, and maybe rip a tooth or teeth out and some nails out of their hands, like whatever that movie was. And then eventually they get the message and they're scared. Once they're scared, we can start buying crypto again. We're not quite there yet. But noticing even this morning that there's no picks for risk on spec growth, it smells like end of the year to me. That's what it smells like. It's not smelling like crash or doom or anything, just smelling like end of the year. And it brings me right back to that thing that I was saying about horse lover fat, which is you might win. You might win on your spec growth and end of the year. You might win on the tech pick that you have. But like hiding out in Qs or hiding out in SPX or SPY or an index, maybe you could even do like an index that just covers like the Mag 7 type stocks or something. Might be the safer trade for a lot of you. Might be a little bit easier to not get completely like it's gotta be brutal to be like, I can't imagine being like in this like a spec growth, it gets annihilated, then I hop in a TMT, it gets annihilated, and then I'm looking around everywhere and everything's getting annihilated. Meanwhile, you see the SPY just hanging out like, hey, what's going on, bro? We're making 0-day trades, making a bunch of cash. And so you're like, fuck this, we're gonna sell this thing down to the depths of hell, we're gonna crash the market. Because of all that negativity, right? Or I'm in crypto, I'm in spec growth, I'm in TMT, and nothing's happening over there, generally speaking. And in reality, you'd probably rather get caught in a correction in the SPY than you would in any of those others. or get stuck somewhere left behind. Anyways, I don't know what happened to Horse Lover Fat, but that guy's a good trader. I traded with that guy closely when he knew nobody, and he was a badass. He was Bobby Badass. He's one of the better traders I've ever met, probably the top 5 or 10 or something that I've ever traded with. So he's that good. I'll have to go find him or something. He was going through some personal stuff. We talked on the phone, and that was a few years ago. I haven't spoken to him in many years, but at any rate, good trader, and that's one of those rules where when he told it to me, he said, put this one in your toolbox and don't ever get rid of it. And he's been right with that rule in particular. It saved my ass more times than I can count. It actually turned me on to SPY permanently instead of every once in a while. Okay, so I've got you so if you're writing your own calendar at home for events going into the end of the year, I want you to consider analyst days. Add that to your calendar. If you got like I got my OPEX and I've got my expiration calendar, and I got my month end, my turkey day, and first week coming back and December day. You can start sprinkling some of these into your calendar if you make your own calendar at home on your own chart like we did yesterday. Start plugging in some of these analyst days, make some notes on them. Set an alert for yourself to take a peek at those picks. And then the last thing we got to talk about this morning is going to be data and the Senate. And it's really I've been like wanting to write you guys something for this, and I still think to some extent what Dr. CS posted is probably the best breakdown from the Bloomberg terminal. But I've been like this morning, I was up this morning reading white papers all morning. That's all I did this morning. I did some research, and everyone's all over the place right now. I'm listening to differing opinions from different sources. Like I'm reading Wolf Street, consuming what JPM has to say, GS, and Bank of America, a few other smaller funds, papers on this general topic, and it's all over the place. Some of it matches with what Moran is saying. There is this thing. I don't quite know how to describe it, but I don't know if I want to call it astroturfing, but there is this message. How do I describe? Maybe I'll start with Wolf's take on some of this stuff, and then we'll roll into like what the street's doing, and maybe some White House policy stuff. So we have a lot of data that needs to be released, and some of that data is pretty good, and it should be good. Some of that data is deteriorating, more than likely, high probability. The glaring one is more than likely going to be unemployment. Your September unemployment looks pretty bad. October, November is probably going to be pretty bad. It's hard to see private payrolls versus government payrolls right now in alternate data. There is, like, when I was reading Wolf, like, Wolf doesn't like, I think he put it like this. He said, how sanguine the bond market is right now. We had a 25 basis point cut priced in, then they took it away. Some of the data that I'm reading for unemployment and payrolls, it's looking closer to what Moran's saying, like 50 basis point cut in December. You might be thinking, well, that's great, but if that data hits the tape, it ain't going to be great initially. It's going to be a bloodbath. And a 50 basis point cut is not 25. 25 means we're kind of ahead of the curve or in the curve, we're not behind the curve. 50 means a little bit of panic. And that can be setting up for our drop in the new year too, or even in December. There we go. Nice little tag right there. Just nice orderly drop here. We got a nice orderly drop right here. Coming into the lows right now on SPX from the right in here. Let me get this right. Oh yeah, we're just hanging out now. Definitely panicky here. So like Wolf is like surprised that the bond market's not more reactive at this point. Oh yeah, there we go. Trading 681.96. Turning the screws on the bulls right now. I'm sure some of you are short here, probably. Putting the screws to the early buyers. Luckily, none of you are buyers just yet, or maybe you are. You don't care. Put that right in there for you. I want to get right down in there if we can. I'd like to see one more stab lower if we can. Like one more jackknife down would be nice. Oh, please help my calls. It's like Wolf's like the bond market is a little bit too gentle right now. When I look at the data that I can read or see from these alternate sources, the street's already trying to frame bad data, especially unemployment. How do I explain this better? It's not just them doing this either. There's this idea, and this isn't old school. We've had this in the past. It's like a common street thing. They frame it like or Wall Street over Main Street is the way they say it. If you don't know what Wall Street over Main Street means, it means if corporate profits are still going up, even if they're losing employees, and the economy is continuing on, that's okay for the market. This angers people. It angers the public. It angers even retail and traders, and even professionals, I think. And I want to explain to you why it does anger people. The consumer is better off than they've ever been. I don't even want to hear that, but they are. A lot of the anger that's out there in the world in general is, how do I explain this well, but as GDP grow, or as productivity and GDP grows, so this would mean that I'm a worker and I make something, or I provide a service, I create more wealth over time, right? When processes become more efficient, when AI is there to help me, let's say as an example, or a better machine, or an easier way to write something, type something. Like, remember back in the day, they had, like, you'd go to an office building and you had a paraprofessional that would take some information from a middle or a high manager and then relate that to an underling or to a business partner or a customer. We don't do that anymore, right? We came into word processing, then we came into products from Microsoft, like PowerPoint, things like that, to help you do those things. You need less people to do that work now. You need less skilled people to do that work. So we create more wealth, right? what happens though is there's disparity in that wealth. So your richest group of people are getting vastly richer right now. Vastly. Your bottom, believe it or not, like from like the bottom 15% and up. So not 0 to 15, but like 15 and up to the top 10%. They're still doing better, but not on the same scale as the top 10%. So people are angry. People are angry that, of course, they're not sharing in that same wealth as the top 10%. And then when you tell those people, hey, but you're doing much better than you ever were, they go, fuck you. No, I'm not, because look at those guys over there. But they actually are. So that is a source of anger. And not only that, but these corporations have been catering to the top 10%. So that top 10% spends more of their money. I forget the exact number, but it's stupid. So as an example, if you go out to dinner most nights, not you personally, but like the average Joe goes out to dinner, they go to like a Longhorn Steakhouse or something, right? Spend $100, wife, kids, try to get away with maybe $100, $200. You go out to dinner with people with wealth, they're spending thousands on one dinner. $1,000, $2,000, $5,000, $10,000, $20,000. Not joking. And that's one dinner. That could be a vacation for a family once in a lifetime, right? And corporations are catering to this group of people. So what you get is an economy that chugs along. Corporate profits stay up. And that wealth distribution is making these corporations money, right? They can keep making product and GDP goes up and they get good reports and all this kind of stuff. This is where the Wall Street over Main Street comes in. When do you have to begin to care for job losses in that the bottom from 15 to the top 10, right? So you got like top 10%, right? You got your bottom 15%. This group right here, what the street's trying to say is they don't matter right now. As long as these people are spending money and not enough of those people are unemployed, doesn't matter at this moment. Now, historically, they've done this before. And in this moment right now, they start questioning like, hey, do the unemployment numbers matter as much as they've always mattered because we are an AI now? Then also you have new jobs being created with AI. I am surprised that the White House or the Senate hasn't tried to roll out some kind of retraining programs for people to at least give the air of we're trying to help. So there's also people in this group that are unemployed or becoming more unemployed, but they're not affecting corporate profits, growth. And some of the problem there is, hey, I'm in the pipeline for a tech job like my father was. My dad just did 20 years in Fangman. I'm an engineer now, but I can't go in that pipeline. What do I do? Well, all of a sudden, you're going to have to go into nuclear energy. I don't want to fucking do that, right? You know what I mean? Or solar or, whatever it's going to be. When we lose, traditionally, when we lose technology for new technology, there's equal jobs created, sometimes even more, higher paying jobs. There's a question right now if that's the case, right? It also brings up a bunch of questions about is unemployment in this new age we're coming into, should be looked at differently? It could be bullshit. I think that it is right now, personally, if you want my personal opinion. But this is the spin that's coming out right now. I want you to be aware of it as we head into the end of the year so that the street can get their profit. That's my key point here. That's the top line. Is that they're going to spin this narrative to you as we come into the end of the year. And then it could really matter, though, when we get into like the spring or something. You know, you get the rug pull and all of a sudden it does matter. But you guys understand my point? But if I simplified this enough a little bit for you to understand? Now I understand the anger and the rage. This is also, this top 10% is investor over worker. So you're a worker. Nobody cares about you. The economy doesn't care about you. The stock market is owned by the top 10%, 93% of it, right? They own the stock market. As long as they're spending money and buying stock, you know, when we're talking about like crashes next year and stuff and not entering a bubble, when I told you yesterday that if that wealthy 10% wants to prop up this market, they can. They literally can. If these are the people that are behind, like what, like you guys see the deregulation going on in IPOs, PE, VC money. You haven't seen any of those articles out there. So they're basically not telling you that you can invest in those companies. They're telling these guys, hey, you wanna buy the next AI IPO? You want to stay invested in the stock market? This is their plan. I don't know if they're going to be successful. You know, how these bubbles and these frauds begin, they do collapse. But as long as they're all still partying, there is an argument there that maybe you get washed out in the middle there. You might get washed out at a job or even in the stock market. You might get washed out. Right, I get flushed out of my shitco or my meme. I get flushed out of my TMT shit. Gambling all day long with degenerates and not buying the S&P 500. Yeah. Where you can hold it for 20 years. You're not a part of that 10% group, are you? Most people aren't. And they say they are, but when I look at the data, it says you're not. It says you're right in the middle. You come and go out of the market, right? Come in, you trade it. When it's a bull market, you get out. And you think to yourself, well, if I'm getting out, everybody else is getting out. They might not be. You know what I mean? So my point here is that as we move into the next coming weeks, we start seeing data come out. The unemployment stuff is unknown for me at this moment. I've got mixed messages coming out on that stuff. That middle group you need to watch as we come into the next couple weeks. That, not the top 10%, but that middle group right there. Private payrolls in particular. Not government payrolls. That's already known information. We've already known about that. It's already priced in. But like private payrolls, how deep and does it matter? I know for like saying that even to myself, like, does it matter if we're losing some or like gaining more unemployment if those people are getting hurt? Does it matter to the stock market today? I think it does. I just don't think it's. I feel like it's being used as an excuse to run this up to where they want it before they exit into the new year. So when we look at the unemployment numbers, employment numbers, payrolls over the coming couple weeks, don't be completely shocked if you see reversals to the upside. Maybe jackknife down and then quick reversals. It's not fucking with the economy. It's not fucking with ERs, excuses. To just get into the end of the year, get the window dressing, and all that kind of stuff. And the other side of this too, that I want you to remember as we head into the end of the year would be, as we head into the end of this year would be, you and I are not the market. The plebs are not the market. The market is that top 10%. They're not you and I. They're a different class of retail investor. And this market might not do what we think it's going to do to the downside, like flush everybody out of it. Their wealth is different. Whenever you hang out, if you personally watch this show and you are one of those people, or you hang out with those people, I do. I have friends in that group, and they're not blinking right now. They want they want more of that AI shit, robotic shit, and quantum and nuclear and this and that. So, anyways, keep that in mind as we move forward with that data. I will have something more concrete for you written out for the next couple weeks on some of this data that's coming out. The consumer is overall well off, and I guess the greater question is, does it matter if they're not? And I don't mean in terms of like wages or how much they're working. I mean in terms of does it matter if we start losing some people to unemployment? At least for right now. Does it matter? That's the big question. Or not. Right now they're saying no. They're spending that right now already. You should hear more of that. I wish that the government would try to help with that spin, but I guess I can't have everything I want. I wish there was some kind of, if those numbers are bad, I wish that the government at some point would roll out some kind of a way, an outreach for people losing a fucking job, so that they can try to retrain, or some kind of like guidance. Like boomers will tell you shit like, pick up your bootstraps, send out some resumes. That's that stupid shit. Something more tangible would be kind of nice for young people or middle-aged workers. And just knowing this, like the Wall Street over Main Street, it, as a side note, like I try to be a cold-hearted bastard when it comes to the market. It bothers me too. It really does. Profit over everything, right? Greed over everything. Fraud over everything. I realize that's a real touchy, like separating that Main Street hat, that stock market hat, is not fucking easy sometimes. And that posit for me it makes me fucking angry. It's hard to deal with that. And it can cloud our judgment though as traders. Stock market participants too. As a stock market participant, it can be very dangerous to us. I'm like, if that's that bad, then the stock market should crash, right? And all of a sudden, they're just ripping it up into the end of the year, and you're like, what the fuck, man? That's the Wall Street over Main Street concept. Even if it's only for profit in a short window of time. Okay, so that's where I'm going to leave you with that stuff for right now for data. The data from the takes on data from different sources is all over the place. The release dates, I've seen multiple different dates and times and windows, and we still have to go through the House of Reps, and then it still has to be signed by Trump, I think. Could be wrong on that, but I know it has to go to the reps, but I would assume that it has to go to the president to sign to reopen as well. So that's going to take some time as well. And then the data. Will the data be fraudulent? I don't think so. But I do think they're going to try to spin it with the shit that I'm telling you right now in some format. Some format in there, they're going to try to spin that shit. Now, as far as how the bond market reacts to this, I don't know. Now I see, though, why Moran's saying 50 basis points. So maybe you get the jackknife down, and then all of a sudden you get the, hey, none of this really matters right now. The economy's still great. Top 10% still running. All these companies are focused on this other thing over here, and core profit's still going up. Let's rip it up at the end of the year, and we'll deal with it next year. And meanwhile, you got Moran saying fit. Well, I'll tell you right now, from what I could see so far, I was thinking no cut, then I was thinking 25. Now I see the reason for 50 at this point. I would not be shocked. And that is not priced in to this market. And I don't know what the fucking bond market's going to have to say to that either. We probably need to start watching yields at some point. I would keep an eye on that. Yesterday we were talking about the dollar unwind trade, dollar carry trade. We can watch that too, but I'd be watching the fucking yields right now as we come into the end of the year. Start keeping an eye on those yields. I don't know that it's the dollar. I'd be watching yields as this data starts dropping. Excuse me. It's putting along now, 11 a.m. Just grindy. Murder in that call chain. Just grinding it out here. It's pretty nasty, right? We're not going down, but we're not going up either just yet. What else do I have for you this morning? We're almost there. Trying to curl up right now. Get a 5-minute trigger crossing. We might see a nice little rip real quick, and then another down slice over here. Keep an eye on a quick rip higher, and then a drop lower into that 11:30, 12 o'clock flows. We'll see if the flows pick up around 12. What else to have for you guys? I think that's it at the moment. I think at the moment that's where we're at. You guys know where we are on. Gamma. I still have us going up today. I know that we're looking for a roll thereafter, though. I still have us trading like today, tomorrow, 687.5, somewhere in there. So I don't think this is the roll. Not yet, at least. I don't think it's the roll. And if it is, it is. But I still think we're going to ramp one more time to the upside. Probably later today, after 12. It could be even the end of the day. What else to have for you guys? I think that's it for right now. I think for the morning, at least, to get it all out there. What else? If you're looking for a dip to buy on the roll, I think I showed it to you earlier. If you want to see it on SPY, it's right down in here. 673.67 if I had a target. It's about where I am. 673 would be nice. Right down in here on SPY. So like cap, I don't think we're going to trade the 670 or 687.5 or whatever. That's where I'd be wanting to buy the dip. Nah, I should say like 675. I would become interested. I'm saying 673, but I'd be like right around 675 and start getting interested. I mean, hell, I'm interested here at 680, to be honest with you. I'm interested right here, too. I'm interested. Let me rephrase all of this. I'm interested right where we are, as long as they don't break the white line. I'm interested at 680, and I'm interested at 675 and 673. But right now, sitting up here, if you're trying to get to that 687, this is the place. Look at me. I'm just like, buy the dip, buy the dip, buy the dip, buy every dip, buy every single goddamn dip. Buy them all. I'm pretty bad. I know we're in buy the dip right now, though, so I'm pretty confident in that. So bad. It's going to crash, bro. Let me just check the 2-date volume here. Yeah, they're buying calls right now, too. They're all buying calls. Dirty, filthy bastards. Disgusting. That is so bad. I'm watching the call flow come in. 5 minutes about to cross the half-an-hour trigger. Watch out for that rip. See, test just to make sure that the way is lower. I'll remove this one here just so you can see the cross. or move it over so you can see it. Here's 12 o'clock flows in here. I would like to see it like as we cross there. I would like to see like, just let me show it to you here like this. I would like to see something like this, like some kind of like slow pain down here, just like that. I wouldn't even mind going all the way down to like just before we get there. It'd be nice. Just like max fear. Let's get the fear out there. I like that fear. I like that danger. What else? I turned the news squawker back on. Besant speaking, I guess. Let me see if I can register for this. I don't know when he starts speaking, but Treasury Market Conference. What's my name? My name is Jim, baby. James. Organization.
We have the Wall Street Journal article on the feed for those interested. As again, Microsoft expands data center build out with a super factory site.
Nope, I'm not a robot. See if we can listen in on this.
Investors in treasury bills. Money market funds are now valued at about $7.5 trillion.
This is the audio. The audio is trash on this. It's a private webcast.
The market, meanwhile, is valued at around $300 billion and could grow tenfold by the end of the decade, thanks to the innovation made possible by the Genius Act. As money market funds and stablecoins grow, so too will the demand for treasury bills. In addition to growing demand for treasury bills from money market funds and stablecoin providers, we are witnessing increased demand from banks as they shake off the excessive oversight that has held them back. Since the start of this year, bank portfolios have expanded their treasury holdings. Additional reforms, including the potential ESLR reform I mentioned earlier, could further accelerate this process. As Treasury watches these trends play out, we will assess whether they are structural or temporary shifts, and we will adjust our long-term issuance plans accordingly. For Treasury
Secretary Besant says stablecoins could grow tenfold by 2030 from $300 billion.
We will not change our overall protocols. We will remain analytical in our decision-making, adjusting issuance gradually to avoid market disruptions. We'll provide public forward guidance to the extent practicable, and we will regularly canvass the market for feedback on how our issuance decisions are being received. Now, let's look to the year ahead. At Treasury, we have already provided forward guidance that we will likely not need to change coupon auction sizes for at least the next several quarters. Existing financing capacity from current auction sizes and robust demand in the bill market have given us flexibility to manage our upcoming potential borrowing needs.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Recent developments have also given us additional time and flexibility before we need to make any such decisions. These developments include the reduction of the national deficit.
We'll draw this one right here.
And the FOMC's announcement that they will start purchasing treasury bills with proceeds from their MBS holdings. At the most recent TBAC meeting, the committee determined that the current issuance mix is well positioned to balance a low cost of debt with the low volatility of a productivity boom. While keeping proper risk management in mind, our long-term economic outlook is consistent with an expectation of increased productivity stemming from an additive boost of artificial intelligence, increased investment in the United States, and elevated capital expenditure investment. As such, we will continue to monitor trends in investor demand.
Being a crypto trader,
continue to consider
26 years old,
where and if additional issuance could best achieve Treasury's debt management goals.
What are we waiting for?
And if the time comes to make changes, we will be prepared.
We got to grind out that chain, man. We can't go up until we murder all the chain. You can buy a call
now
spread here if you wanted, probably.
Offer a few thoughts in closing.
That's not going to matter too much to you, is it?
This morning in New York's financial district, historically the beating heart of global capital. A few blocks south of here is the New York Stock Exchange, while today's venue is Wall Street, or maybe in a few years it will be Y'all Street in Dallas.
Trigger's coming up right now.
My main audience is and will always be Main Street. I answered the call to serve because I wanted to help President Trump usher in a new era of parallel prosperity, a decade of economic expansion
we'll keep monitoring investor demand for treasuries.
Main Street grow together. President Trump's golden age stands to benefit Americans on every rung of the economic ladder, and maintaining a strong and robust treasury market is critical to that goal. Properly managing our nation's debt is a solemn responsibility that will affect generations of Americans to come. That's why maintaining a healthy treasury market and strengthening it even further is my foremost responsibility as Treasury Secretary. Treasury is committed to safeguarding the world's benchmark for stability while ensuring that the American people can borrow, build, and thrive. By keeping the risk-free rate low and the Treasury market strong, we are making America affordable again, and we are ensuring that our nation's prosperity endures far beyond our own time. Thank you for being our partners in that project. Thank you.
I think he's done here.
Thank you, Secretary Bessent, for those remarks. At this time, we're going to jump right into the second panel, which will focus on recent enhancements to the Treasury buyback program.
You probably don't have to listen to that. It's kind of dry. If you don't know, the Treasury market is the deepest and most liquid government securities market in the world. It plays a critical role and unique role in the global economy, serving as the primary means of financing the United States federal government, a significant investment instrument and hedging vehicle for global investors, risk-free benchmark for other financial instruments, and an important market for the Federal Reserve's implementation of
the New York Fed event.
Policy. Since 2015, the Department of the Treasury, the Board of Governors, the Federal Reserve System, the Federal Reserve Bank of New York, the U.S. Securities and Exchange Committee, and the U.S. Commodity Futures Trading Commission, joint member agencies, have co-hosted an annual conference to examine ongoing developments in the U.S. Treasury market. The joint member agencies will convene the 11th conference, I think this is today, at the Federal Reserve Bank of New York. Keynote addresses and expert panels at this year's conference will cover a range of topics related to the Treasury market, include representatives from the joint members agencies as well as the public and private sectors. See if there's anything left in here from the speech that matters. Bessent saying we'll keep monitoring. Let me start down here. Start at the bottom here. Bessent repeats that guidance that coupon auction sizes likely will not need changing for the next several quarters. Treasury is committed to safeguarding treasuries as the world's benchmark for stability, keeping risk-free rate low. Treasury will adjust issuance for auctions gradually to avoid market disruptions. Existing financing capacity from current auction sizes, robust bill demand allows flexibility to manage upcoming borrowing needs. Treasury supports reforms to enhance supplementary leverage ratio. Changes could boost demand for treasuries. Treasury has expanded long-end operations. If Treasury buybacks will expand counterparty set in the first half of 26. Reductions in the U.S. budget deficit. The Fed's bill purchase announcement provides time and flexibility to make adjustments to for borrowing plans. Their QTs have gone very well. I'm pretty happy with it. Treasuries are more liquid and robust than ever. We're also firming up, or who we're loaning money to. This is part of that whole war thing, right? Where China is no longer buying our treasuries, but our partners are. We're whipping what we think are our partners in line right now: South America, Central America, Greenland, Australia, outfitting certain partners like Japan, Saudi Arabia. Whipping the Western Europe into shape, and also with our who's buying our treasuries. Treasuries are more liquid and robust than ever. Treasuries are the best performing 2025 developed nation market. Daily cash trading of treasuries around 1 trillion. Demand for treasuries strong as ever. Here we go, coming on down now. This is what I want to watch right here, this white line right here. What else does he say in here? Stable coins could grow tenfold by 2030 from 300 billion. I don't know, man. Every time I think about like stable coin or coins, I always think like fucking scam. Well, it's not if it's a scam, but it's a commodity, right? To an extent. Not quite currency. We will keep monitoring investment. I mean, I know it's not really a commodity either. Can't say it's like gold. Fuck no. Maybe fake gold. We will keep monitoring investor demand for treasuries. Best concludes remarks. That's about it. See anything else here? Institutional clients have started buying dips year to date. Meanwhile, retail clients have been the most persistent dip buyers since COVID. That's not true right now. That was a false statement. That's old news. You guys are fucking panicked right now. This is fake. Or it's old. Old news. Retailers are in fear right now. Big fear. So we can buy this dip right now. Not quite yet. A little bit more. I'll let you know. I guess we're kind of there, aren't we? I really want to wait maybe till 12. I'm going to wait just a minute here. I don't want to get fucked up in here and ground up some more. I really want to buy this right now. I'm not gonna, but I want to. I'm afraid it's going to do this bullshit here.
The S&P 500 turns negative, the Nasdaq extending declines, so they're down 0.2 and 0.8% respectively.
I want to check this 30-minute here real quick on SPX. Oh yeah. I don't really like that tick right there. Buyers have like one more chance there. It's not really a good tick. I need a tick that's up here. Right about there. Watch this closely here. I like to actually see that tick. I mean, it can be this tick or it's this tick right here. See if it starts moving. I definitely don't want to see it fail this one. You want to see meta? What are you asking for? Can I throw meta up on the show? Yeah, sure. What did they lose? Their AI guy last night or something? I read that this morning. They lost their chief AI guy. The scam ad business piece. I read that too the other day too. Yeah, we're looking for new lows here. Do you see that failure right there? That's not good. Let's watch that really quick. I don't want to lose any money here. I might have to pull out. Hold on. You guys almost have me losing money here. Hold on here. I'm going to put a stop on here.
Fitch ratings say the US housing economy cools further with higher costs and weaker demand.
This isn't a good candle right here. You see that candle? That candle's not good for buying. This green candle right here, I want to show you guys this. This green candle should have popped right up there, and it's not. We could just be getting ground out in here. It could be like sideways shit. It's like garbage like this and then up. I got some stops on right now. Hold on, I'm trying to give me a second. I'm trying to catch up here. I got a lot going on. I got a big trade on. Okay, was the ad business piece, was that the that was the hit piece that came out earlier this week on Meta, are you saying, or did that hit the tape this morning, or I thought that was the other day with Meta? King Cut, can you hear me? Yeah, Burry's right, but so is everybody else, right, Winky? Like, we can all call a fucking fraud.
We have posted the Fitch ratings article on the feed for those interested.
I got a beautiful painting of him here. I mean, I think I said this in a post yesterday, like, he's a nice folk hero, but he didn't fucking collect the fraud when the fraud was going on, did he? I would be fucking pissed if I had my money under his management. I mean, that asshole missed like 6 years of uppies. I mean, I know Barry's right too, but can you imagine like just missing out on all those gains? He could have just fucking sold like everybody else and drank champagne on top of the street, like those guys did too. Okay, so that scam piece was written the other day. I think that the AI... Oh, there goes my money. Woo, baby. Hell yeah. Show me that money. Show me the money. Give me that green candle. Higher. No. 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 More. Higher. More. Higher. Yes, keep going. Go on. Higher. Keep going. There you go. Okay, there you go. Now I want more fucking cash. It's not enough money. What is that? Fucking money for ants? All right, it's a second high. I'll take it. I guess I'm going to be squeezing pennies here all day long. I'll wait. I'm patient. Good. Keep on going. Drag your fat pig ass back up there. Good. I like that Burry scene in that movie. That was a good scene. I mean, once I heard like when I watched the original film, I was like, this guy's my hero, of course. He's every man hero, right? But then when you really look into what he did, it was a fucking disaster. I think everybody. I think I put a post out the other day saying, I put a post on Twitter the other day. And I said, Trump wants everyone to be able to buy 50-year puts so that a bear can eventually be right. But you have to pay it all back in fees anyways. It's just so you can say you were right. Can we get one more down here or no? We're gonna get another little pig thing down here, maybe. Fuck yeah, print it, baby. Make me some fucking money. Woo!
Meta announces plans for a $1 billion data center in Wisconsin. So this announcement confirms a news report that was initially rumored in April, and now Meta officially announcing a $1 billion data center in Wisconsin.
Okay, so Meta. We're going to be looking at Meta now. You fuckers want me to not pay attention to making money? Hold on, I got to go back up a little bit.
Meta shares steady after that headline. They're still down 2 spots.
Okay, starting his own company. That's good news. I didn't read anything. Hold on a second here. Not bad, huh?
French lawmakers in the lower house of parliament approved the article suspending pension reform. That's the French National Assembly backing the suspension of the pension age rise.
Free fucking money again. Woo! Oh, you guys got out too, huh? It wasn't just me that got out there? Now I got to start thinking about fucking Friday now. Get out of these zero dates now. So maybe we can try to enter Friday here instead of Thursday. Put some time on this for 87. Okay, so Meta. Now, you know how I feel about news. I'm grateful that you told me about the AI guy going to start his own company. That is nowhere near as bad if he had left because of some other reason, right? So we will look right now at Meta. I was asked to look at Meta. King Cuck was asking about it. Let's take a look at it. This doesn't look bad at all. You guys think this is bad? Let's go look at this together. Hold on. I'm flat right now, so I don't have to do shit. But we're gonna take King Cuck is asking to look at Meta. Sorry, I got caps on right now. I apologize. Where's Meta? You know, I posted something on Twitter this morning. Let's see what I posted on Twitter this morning. This one right here. Let's start with that one. I'm bearish, I'm bullish, I'm bearish, I'm bullish, I'm bearish, I'm bullish. This is what I posted. And not only did I post this, but in the post I wrote patience. And you'd be surprised. You'd be surprised how common it is where we are bullish when we should not be bullish, and we're bearish when we should not be bearish. Within that, too, is also fear of missing out, FOMO. God, I wish I got back in just then. FOMO, and Despacito's still long right now. And it's ripping higher now. But you know, it's important for you to understand that hindsight trading, not pre-planning your trades, not chasing, you know, not getting caught at a bottom down here, you know, not chasing tops, and then exhibiting some patience. And one of the most brutal, or two of the kind of brutal ones is patience. You know, when you mark a bottom and you follow your rules to get long, especially in a buy the dip environment, and also, you know, that patience. And then the scariest thing is the hindsight trading. You know, like, oh, I wish I coulda, shoulda, so I'm going to jump in because this breakout or something. Or there's a breakout here. And so the next time a stock is doing this, you think, oh, it's going to do the same thing. Instead of just being patient. Another thing is something you miss a trade. Oh my God, look at AMD, it's squeezing. Oh, I should have been in that. Or whatever stock you have. You know, like I gotta chase it right now, going like a fly to the electric shocker or whatever the fuck that thing is. Bug zapper. You know, these are very simple concepts. And they are never followed. And to prove that point that they're never followed, I was reading about retail this morning and how they've not only been washed out of a bunch of shit, but they also they've been washed out of so much shit that they then tried to short the market to crash, and three times, I think, in the past 2 months, and they've failed at that too, and gotten crushed. So, looking here at Meta, if you've ever seen TMT from, okay, whatever that is. If you've ever seen TMT today versus internet companies in the 90s, have any of you looked? I have. I want to show you something that looks like this. Do you see how in 2025, a big old down move here in Meta? Big up move in September, big old down move right here. Just this price action right here. I want to show you a different company. We're going to come back here to Meta in just a minute. We're going to go back and we're going to look way back in time. Now, this leads to a larger conversation. Amazon was one of the late entries in the first internet bubble. There were other companies that were early internet, like the early 1990, 1992. There was like companies that were doing this, and there were companies that were getting annihilated in the middle, and then a whole bunch of them came up at the same time. One of the mistakes I think that the market is making is they're not looking at the companies here. There's a bunch in the middle that get annihilated. We have like a flat market. And they have the late entries in the first internet boom. Amazon is kind of comparable. It's not the same company as OpenAI, but notice how they have not IPO'd yet. There was like two or three bubbles within one big bubble in the 90s. It started in 1990, went to like 95, 96. There was a middle part, like 94, 95. And then there was the late cycle bubble. But what I found fascinating was if you compare this right here, when the entry of Amazon came in, its first time, looks familiar, doesn't it? Looks like Meta almost, doesn't it? Fascinatingly, within this, if you were to compare this to SPX, notice how SPX is a little bit cleaner in here. Does that look familiar to you? Does it look familiar to you that SPX is going up, 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 up? Meanwhile, you have Amazon late entry into the bubble. Very jagged, right? Well, a lot of the companies in the early 90s and mid 90s, they had that same jagged behavior. You get a lot of comparison to right now to the late 90s because they're comparing these companies, but they're not comparing the ones back here. So I think that's a big mistake right now, personally. But even so, you'll notice that there's still a difference in how these things are trading. So whether we're early, mid, or late, market for a bubble, it looks kind of familiar. So I would expect more of the same from Meta. Looks familiar now, right? And this is an early company, isn't it? As a matter of fact, if you were alive back then, there were tech companies that you probably don't even know about anymore that were considered in the early and mid 90s to be safe tech. And they weren't spared either. They would be bought back into at certain times during that first bubble, which had, I want to say that it was like two bubbles and one in the middle. At any rate, this looks kind of familiar to me. And what? We have this same kind of pattern, like bloodbath all the way up here, bloodbath. And if you look when we are trading the stock market, how do we trade the stock market? Whether we're going up, I don't give a fuck. Whether we're going down, I don't give a fuck. Okay, it doesn't matter. But if we're going up in a major trend, we oftentimes with volatile companies like Meta has become part of the AI trade, right? VR, AI, all that kind of shit. They're all wrapped up in this stuff. I really don't care about the AI guy leaving. I really don't care about the advertising stuff. I just already can tell that it's doing a much larger move, right? Big moves on a larger frame here. It's not the S&P 500. This is an individual ticker. And there's rotations in and out of these things. And when we're trading these things, they tend to move on different time scales, like that. And not only that, but you've got legs, right? You got legs. And so within these legs, you know what equal legs look like, right? That's a cup and handle, inverted cup and handle for a bloodbath. I'm assuming that's what you're thinking. I don't know if that's the case or not. But we do need to know about these things down here, don't we? So when you're looking at this blasting down here, it gets blasted down here. Oh my God, everything's awful. You should be looking for some kind of stoppage in here, right? This would seem appropriate, these three places. You got the cup. And what do we need to know about this cup? If we make new lows, it's bad, right? We go all the way down here, dip our wick through there. That's always bad, isn't it? Go down, stock market crash. We're not there right now, are we? At all, are we? We have a bunch of gaps that need closed back here. They're being closed. You have another gap here that needs closed, another gap here that needs closed. When I showed you that chart a moment ago that said, I'm bullish, I'm bearish, and then patience. Bulls getting wrecked, bears getting wrecked, right? So let's look at this one and see if we're seeing anything that we need to see. Let's start with, let's pretend right now that we are looking at this fresh, or you've got triggers and velocity, and you want to know when you can buy Meta. So let's start here. Straight back here. You could see back in time, you didn't need me to tell you, that on a monthly basis, Meta was being taken to the woodshed over here, right? Kind of see that, right? Meta's being taken to the woodshed. That's not good, is it? You can also see it here on a weekly basis. There's a little bit of a pump here, so if we get low enough, there'll be a squeeze. That's good to see. This is actually looking for a squeeze now, isn't it, on that drop? See it? Looking for a squeeze now, isn't it? But that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to go back up to all-time highs either, is it? You also have very negative right now weekly velocity. That means there's no support. Even if it does go up, it should roll even lower. So have you seen the low on Meta? Probably not. I actually think Meta could do well into end of the year, but as like a holiday trade. And I still think it has more down to go. Now, is it going to crash the stock market? We don't know that yet, do we? Let's say you get a squeeze up here, they come down here, blood this, you catch a squeeze up here. There's your holiday trade. Even if we dip down here and make a new low, still has to come back up, right? Or we start selling it and selling the entire market. So we're not quite there either yet, right? Let's start taking a look here at 30-minute velocity and see what it's telling us here. So number one, this cross is bad. So what day is today? Today is the 12th, right? What do I tell you guys about the daily trigger crossing the weekly trigger? That's no good. We're fairly close to the monthly trigger. It's not quite in a bear market yet, but the cross here is warning me to have a risk-off stance in Meta. Doesn't mean it can't go up or you can't trade it up, but it's warning me already. Risk off. And we haven't crossed the monthly trigger yet to be in a full bear market on it, but it is warning me. When I go to an hour over here, you can see it over here too. There was a cross right here. This is back in April. And we had a pretty decent capitulation. And you can also see in here that what happened in here. We had some like, fuck you, up, still not a high. Fuck you again, so it told you before. You can get the new high, down again. We did eventually break out here, finally catch the high. And we got the cross right here that gave you the go-ahead to go long. So here's where patience comes in. Use your rules. All that kind of stuff, right? So let's look at it back over here. We can also see something else here. Just to note to you, value in Meta is anything under $567. You can write that down. It's not in value. It's expensive right now. So we need to know that, of course, right? That's not cheap right now at all, is it? Can you imagine being in here since August? Look at this. Imagine being here in August and you've seen all of this death and destruction and you're wondering why the stock market hasn't crashed. You're a Meta bull. So we have a bunch of information here, don't we? We're beginning to become risk off. We have prior information in this risk off where it smashes down, right? And we're looking for a reversal. So how deep can we trade down here? We know where the original buyers are. They're over here. We're going to go back and take a look at these guys. Let's look on a day basis here. See what we can see. Gap needs closed right here. Gap needs closed right here. Gap needs closed right here. You're going to assume that, let me just take a peek at this. This is your next round of buyers right here. They just got annihilated. Just got taken for just this group right here. This group right here. Let me ask you a question here. Let's go back and just forensically look. This is where it would be, you'd be thinking they are, right? Somewhere in there. When it blasted through here, was there any sign of a reversal? I don't see one. You shouldn't have taken a ride here. I don't see any sign of reversal in here. Let's go back and look at it on an hour basis. See if I'm missing anything here. This looks fairly good right here. This looks like a trap. This looks like some kind of a trap in here. And look at this, though, too. They trapped you in right here, took you down to the woodshed, came back up again. You had a back test, but no new high. That's an exit to get out. You're still given a chance to get out here, which is nice. I'll tell you this. This price action right here where you got trapped in and you were given the chance to get out, you can see it clear as day. You can definitely tell that the right kind of trader knew to get out there. So I'm going to say that this is not done going down. The buyers are definitely not here. You can see it right here. This is where the trap was. You get the new high right here. You got another new high, what looks like a new high right here. Look at this. You can see it right here. Just check this really quick. You'd expect buyers to be here. This all looks good here. You can see it right here. You got the prior high, the new high, and a higher high. Now you got trapped in here and sent packing, right? I don't know if this was earnings or whatever, but what's fascinating about this is that as soon as that happened, you were still given an exit. You were given an orderly exit right here. And not only were you given an orderly exit, but you were given a second warning. You didn't catch a new high again. As soon as this started dropping, you were given like 3 chances to get out from being trapped in here. This is a clear trap right here. So you could have exited here. I'm going to tell you that there's no buyers here for sure. Not yet, at least. I don't think there is. This looks like they're going to try to mark a bottom here. Just get rid of all this. This looks like they're going to try to mark a bottom here. We're going to look at some other stuff here in a minute, but they're going to say, oh, that's a bottom right there. But let's look at it. So they bought this right here. Right? They're told right here, fuck you. Gave you the exit, so blasts down again. Whoop. And your thesis is we're going to escape this, right? I don't know. There's a few things here that I'll tell you for sure. If you think we're escaping this, there's no buy here yet. I can tell you that without looking at anything else. Just candlesticks, I can tell you right now that you would most definitely need to see the drop. This one right here. These guys. Before you even begin attempting to buy this, you'd need to be up here. And I wouldn't even buy this. You would need to be higher than this, come back down to your hourly trigger, and then make a second new high before I'd even consider getting long on this. I think you can. But just looking at this right here, I would not fuck with it, and I would not dip by that at all. I would need to see this first. Like, that's just, like, do that for me and we'll start chatting about it. So I'll tell you that right now. No, do not buy this. And I don't give a fuck how high it's going. You don't mess with this until you beat this trap. It's probably something like this too. Yeah, you got to beat that right there, that one right there. And then you got to start pounding on this one right here. And that high right there needs beaten. So right there. If you want to snip that, you can. That's what I would need to see, and I don't have to look at anything else. That's what I would want to see. You could trade this in here if you wanted to. I think it's dangerous, but you can. Let's look at a few other things here. So you're in risk off, you know that. For me, your target, I'll give you a target here in just a minute. Here's your target. It's your monthly trigger. Shocker. This is your actual target right here. And you are underneath this monthly trigger right here, so that's yellow. You have the cross above. What else is fascinating about this is if you look at that cross that's up here, just check this cross right here. There's also kind of like a do not cross line. If you want to know if it's going to actually recover, you need to trade above 676.21. You need a violation, even if it's just for a moment. You are closing your weekly gap. This is good to see. But you do have another gap right here. Remember what I said to you earlier about I'm bullish when others are fearful, and I'm also patient. So this is the weekly, and if you tag that, that's very bullish. That one up there. The next one. Some violations. The whites are all violating. Go to, just let me check this daily really quick. You got gaps down here to close too. I would not be shocked to see that move down here to 500. This seems like a natural place to buy the dip. And even if we buy this dip right now for a Christmas rally, holiday rally for Meta, I still see this price. You will see this more than likely now into springtime. So even let's say we come down here, hit this like capitulation move up. I would still think that you'd come back down here in the spring. You could take into, of course, February, March, or whatever. I'm drawing it in kind of simply, but actually you could sit here. You could actually come up here down like this, that, and then some kind of roll into like February, May. and then finally up, up, and away. Unless proven otherwise. So what else is fascinating is you want to watch this this white line right here. This monthly white line right here is important because this is also showing that you come down here, and as long as you don't violate that, you can kind of be you can work in here. At any rate, let me just take a peek here. Go back and look at 4. You got a little bit more gap above here, 571.96. And you have a little bit more gap left behind here, too. Your daily is, just check a few things here. Let me count some stuff here. Hold on. Is that your first low right there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I want to tell you that it's something like this. So I think it's going to be something like that. The only problem I got with this is the only problem I have with this is that you could be dicking around in here. It could be some like just dicking around down here. And it could even go as deep as this right here. I don't think it does, but you could. That's why I don't trust all this shit. But I think you're coming back down here. And you could be fucking around in here for a while. You could be like in here grinding. You're like up here, back down here. Finally make it up right here. And all of a sudden it's like 4 or 5. And then you're like right back into it again. You know, like wham, wham, wham. Unless you start seeing this stuff cleaned up. Just check the 30-minute on it. I'd like to see more capitulation in here. I'll be fucking straight up honest with you. Like, I do not like that move. And in here, I don't believe there's any buyers here. I don't think so. I think that they're I don't see him. I'm looking right now. I don't fucking see him anywhere. This is a fucking big trap right here. I ain't liking this. Not one fucking bit. This is bad in here. And you still have not hit 600, have you? You see this right here? You have still not hit 600. That's where it started right there. Well, that's fucking messy in here. You still haven't touched 640 yet. I think you're going to break that there. I think you're going to come back up here. I don't think you join in at the end of the month or end of the year party here. It doesn't look like it. This fucker could get bloody quick. Down, up, down. I think they're gonna fucking shank him. And this is your big nemesis in here. Okay, a couple things. Here we go. I think I got this. Okay. So here's the problem here. I want you to pay attention to this here. Very important level, maybe. Okay, so we're coming into OpEx, right? Month end. OpEx. Hey, look at that right there. Shocker. That's a very important level. I will say this though. Okay, here we go. So I gotta think about this. Look at a few things here. Where the fuck is the first? Right there. I'll snip this for you and put it inside of a I'll put this inside of the Discord for you. So ready? There's a bunch of important information here. I do think you go back up. I do think you're gonna fight your way up. I want to see you tag just below 600. Just like of the bulls, like when the bulls are looking for like the tip up. I say you just want to see the tip. Don't necessarily want to trade it. We don't necessarily have to do it, but I'd like to see it. I'd like to see the tip here. The reason I'm saying that is to come back for it later. And that you float back up into OpEx. This is where the scene of the crime is right here. This is a great trade to go up. You're trapped, given an exit. You said nope. So they blasted your ass down. I'm assuming it's for that low. I'm assuming that they want that low under 600. And what's going to happen is you'll get sucked up into OpEx. This makes a great day trade, by the way. When you come into whatever the OpEx meta calls are, There's probably a good trade in here for like a call spread or something. Pick a call spread that has or if you do limited upside on a call spread, whatever form of call spread you do, price can go as high as 670. I don't think it goes that high though. I think it pins at like 640 or 650. I bet you OpEx is like 650 right here. I bet you're going to go all the way up here. You're going to be like, fuck yeah, baby, it's OpEx. We just hit 650. We're going higher. But it's only a function of a magnet dead calls. I bet if you at home looked at a gamma chart for Meta, there's a bar at 650. It should magnet up here. Maybe you catch 670. Maybe in here. But as long as it doesn't violate that 670, we're going to go right the fuck back down. And into month end, I bet you pin 551 and maybe even blast through over here into like the 5th. I think that's 540. It's going to be a bloodbath. You're going to come back on like the first week of December. This is going to be a bloodbath, I think. Now, there's a good news here. Well, kind of good news, but kind of bad news. Remember this level right here? This is going to come into play for the end of the year. And you're going to fight this right into the end of the year. There's your holiday trade-ish. There's your end of the year Santa rally for Meta. Now, what I'm interested in this holiday trade is the last week of December. Does it super crank? You have some potential here to do this. Like super crank up. You get into like the 30th or whatever, just push right up. And what happens is you get your daily trigger underneath. And you'll be given an opportunity to consolidate for a summer trade here. I don't know if you'll be successful in this with the weekly and the daily trigger, but dude, this looks, you know what this looks like? I'm going to tell you guys right now. When I was looking at fucking the 96 and 97, this is your we're going up trade for 2026, and you won't see us fucking with this year's candle on like SPX and Qs. This is like a bubble trade right here. So what would happen is you come into like the spring. If they ran this up and at the end of the year, you could like fuck around in here. Get one more squeeze up beginning of the year. You get your correction down here, and it's just off and running. What's fascinating about this is 96, 97 looked like this, just like this. Like it just looked just exactly like this. It's like a fucking playbook they break out. I was talking to people this past week about how we may not come back down. Like we could like squeeze up in January really high, and then like when they correct us in February, we're like right where we were. That would be like SPOOs, and we don't really violate the year candle for SPOOs and for Qs, and this is a whole nother fucking bubble right here. I don't know if that'll happen, but I don't know if we're going to go down there and start smashing into these lows down here or not, or if we don't enter the bubble next year. We trade sideways next year, or if it's sideways in a crash or sideways in a bear market. We're not there yet. So, and the market's not there either. Don't believe for a minute that the market is positioned for that. Street is not. Street comes out with like their end of year manifestos, and they talk about next year, and then they position They usually try to look for a print in the early or late winter Q1, and then they flush it, and then they make their plans for Q2, Q3, Q4 at that point. So don't be if you're like a trader and you're like, oh, dude, it's going down next year over here. It's gonna be horrible, like big jackknife down. Don't do that shit just yet. It's a whole new year. I'll warn you of that. I'm bearish on next year, but I'm gonna warn you right now that I'm as bearish as they come next year. I'm gonna warn you. But like, if you think the market's fraudulent, I think it's more fraudulent than you think it is. I think it's so fucking fraudulent that they could fucking fraud this shit to the moon. I think that makes me more bearish than a lot of you, even though I'm telling you it could go up. So anyways, this is what I see for this year for Meta. This is going to be a very important level here. It's going to be an important level. Also, the two important levels for you this year and into the Q1 is for Meta, in my view, is going to be 643.63, 676.21. Very important levels. Just fucking write that on a piece of paper and don't forget them. And to boot too, unless you're cracking that one, then you're like improving over here and improving over there. You got to break this one. You got to break this one. Like Meta has work. You got a lot of work here. You can't even talk about being bullish on this stock right now. Let me just show how crazy this is. You can't talk about being bullish on this stock until it's up here. Until you break 760. And I really don't give a fuck if it came all the way down here. You're not even bullish until you hit 760.86. It's got a lot of work ahead of it. I'll post this for you in the Discord right now. There's so much work in here, it's not funny. This is fascinating. Whenever I'm looking at these fucking stocks and further out in time, whenever I'm looking at stocks like Meta right now, like I can see the bubble. I don't see the crash when I look at Meta. So I like showed you like I'm bearish and bullish. When I'm looking at this stock, this fucking stock is telling me that we're not going to go down next year. We're going to trade like sideways at best. There you go. Meta. We ain't going nowhere, are we? What is Spy doing? Is just fucking around down there? Let me look at Spy. Hold on. I don't think Spy's moved, has it? It's just like dragging its ass across the concrete. Meta. King Cuck. Where are you? There you go. Not bad, right? Well, I'm looking at this, man. This looks fucking like, I'll tell you what this fucking looks like. Patience and we ain't going down next year. Let's look at triggers really quick. Hey, look at that. Hey, is it almost time to start buying a dip? Look at that. Woo! Check it out. Fuck yeah, let's do it. All right. We got our thingy started here. Check it out. We got a turn going higher right here. Okay, let's get it like that. Right. Almost in time to go long again. Whew. I got meta done in just the right amount of time. It is time to start selling puts. You got it. Let me get long again. Hold on a second here. This time, I am not doing today options. 2 days. Okay. What do we got for 2 days here? See what we got. Let's buy some time here. 682s or 368. A little bit too price. I should have bought some 362s down here. Should have fucking bought them right here. Check it out. We got the 1 and the 5 turning up. Get rid of meta. Oh, wait a minute. We got to save this. There's meta. Hey, check it out. We're scraping the dog's ass over here. Coming back into gamma support. What did I say? 687? No, no. Am I doing this right? Hold on a second. I'll be right back. I got to go potty really quick. Hold on. I'm going to put the news on for you too. Hang tight, guys. Oh, look at that. I didn't even see that. You see these bastards? Look at these bastards down here. See that shit? Look at that. Oh, dude, I would have bought that in a heartbeat.
Surely expected to hear from Fed tomorrow.
Damn. Oh, they took it like right there. Did you guys buy that down there or no? See it right there? I guess I wasted too much time. Fuck. That's a fucking baller buy down there. Holy fuck. Oh, now I'm angry because I didn't buy that. I wasn't watching.
according to a report here on X, they say that House Democrat leaders will file a discharge petition for a 3-year extension of Obamacare premium tax credits. So according to a Punchbowl News reporter.
This shit is too easy right now. Did y'all get along with me? Again?
Trump administration backs bill ending shutdown and saying that Trump would sign. Just keep an eye on the S&P 500. Just think a little bit of movement towards the upside. Not really a whole lot of movement there. So the Trump administration issued statement on bill that would end the shutdown.
Hold on, I'll be right back.
White House says government shutdown will impact this quarter's GDP. White House economic advisor Hassett speaking at DC Economic Club.
Yeah, baby.
Feds Myron now speaking at the University of Cambridge. Hassett says GDP could be between 1.5 to 2% this quarter. Hassett says GDP for the year will be about 2%. There's no live video for Hassett.
Of course, Discord is the better choice. If the free watchers have no idea. They think that they're seeing the whole show, but they're not. The free version of this is nowhere near as good as the Discord version. Is it? Right, Barbender 242? He's new in our Discord. He's like, I get it now.
Hassett says supply side policies will allow growth without inflation.
There you go. That's right. The worst part is like Twitter is even worse. Twitter is like people are like this and that, and I'm like, "How do you watch the show?" They're like, "I don't do that."
Hassett says inflation isn't
like,
all the way
Discord?
where
Nope.
you want
I'm like,
it to
okay,
be.
whatever. I don't know what the fuck to say to you. Like that's the whole idea is you hang out in Discord. Woo! Nice little trade right there. Woo! Yeah, baby. Slap that fucking 4-hour to the goddamn pin right there. Slam-a-bama. Trading above the half-an-hour trigger on SPY right now. Sitting above support at 68.50. Targeting.
Inflation momentum is pretty directional.
What are we targeting? Do you remember I told you this morning? Targeting 6,900. Pullback trade 69.20 on SPX. Let's see if we can do it. Well, the free show is good. I do the free show for that reason, but it ain't near fucking as good as making money in the Discord. The fucking Discord's crazy. The Discord is like a fucking money printer. Like if you speak to like Winky or me or David or Binky or like any of the mentors in there, they're fucking ballers. Like every fucking one of them are ballers.
50 base points.
They got like the dopest trades ever. They're fucking ballers. It's a goddamn printing machine in there. It's pretty fucking filthy. Pretty fucking filthy.
Fed's Myron
just trying
says
to
that Fed policy
over
is
here.
too restrictive. Also, the Fed bids for 10-year notes at $6.5 billion.
I gotta tell you guys something. Like when we first started that with like this Discord, when we first started it, I thought it was all like
As it
degenerates.
says, the Fed is more likely to do 25 base point cut.
Every single person I've met
And I
from
agree
that
with Trump that
Discord
rates
is
can be a lot
fucking
lower.
filthy rich. Like every single one. I have not met a not rich motherfucker from that Discord. Like I literally like every fucker I've met, every single person is wealthy. Like I'm like fuck.
Hassett says, if I'm at the FMC, I'm more likely to move to cut rates, while Powell is less likely.
Oh yeah, go up there and slap it again. Slap its ass. Yeah. As a matter
Hassett
of
says,
fact,
if asked to be the Fed chair, I'll do it.
yes. Asked if he'd want to be the Fed chair. Fucking, I got to talk to you about Hassett too. Did you hear Jerome talking about Hassett? I think he threw Hassett under a bus yesterday. He said he'd be willing to stay on if Hassett was nominated to keep him in line. I think that's what he said yesterday. I got a programming note for you all. I think I may be in Boston. I got a couple things to tell you here. So I'm going to be around for Thanksgiving. I think I've said that already, but I just want to reassure you. I have a race I got to do. I'm running a race on Thanksgiving Day, I think. I'm going to be wearing something. If you guys have any recommendations, I was going to wear a costume with my family. Something to do with like Trade the Trigger or what we all do here. If you can come up with any costumes, I would wear those costumes in that race. So if you have any ideas for like a costume for a race, let me know. But I got a race on Thanksgiving, and then I want to let you know that I have two things going. I have three things going on in my life right now. I got to tell you about. So number one, I'm having problems with my crowns in my mouth. I started having problems when I went to New York City, and I took an antibacterial or whatever, I forget what it's called, a Z-Pack or something. A friend of mine loaned me a Z-Pack. It worked. Then I flew back, and I'm having problems again. I think the change in pressure fucked up my crowns, my gums or something. So I'm having problems with that. I have to go back to a dentist. I don't know when, like this week or next week. I don't know when they're going to try to fit me in. I told my wife, I said after 4 p.m., but I don't know if she's going to get me in or not. So I got to let you know that. I'm having problems with my crowns. Number two, I'll be here for Thanksgiving.
I said on the US dollar, so strong dollar policy is a sound policy.
I don't know if I'll be here that Friday of Thanksgiving. I think we have like a half day. I may
any
stop
country
in.
needs
Maybe we'll have a
sound
bourbon
currency.
or something.
So again, has a US dollar saying any nation needs sound currency.
Eggnog or something like that, or we could drink like, I don't know, hot buttered rum. I love hot buttered rum on a Thanksgiving. Oh man, or post Thanksgiving. We could eat like some American Chinese food or something together. I don't know. We can do something on Friday if I'm around. For that half day. Now, so that you know those two things. The next thing would be, I think I'm going to the next thing I have to talk to you about is, these are bad things. I think my dog is dying. I've been figuring this out over the past few days. He's either dying or he's going to die soon. This is my
As it says, if you want inflation
friend.
to take care of the deficit,
I have two dogs, but one is not mine. This dog has been mine since he was born. He's my goddamn dog. And this goddamn dog, he protected my kids. He's a border collie. Purebred from a real working ranch. And he's done nothing but be a guardian to my two daughters their entire lives. And when I moved here to Detroit, Michigan, he literally protected them.
Are going down.
And it was crazy what this dog has done for me. I'm not going to cry right here, but I cried this morning. And he's near end of life. So I just need you to be aware of that. So if I either find him dying or dead, or if I have to put him down or something, there's a potential in the next, I don't know if it's 3 months, 6 months, or a year. I don't know how close he really is, but he's
10 months away
close,
from the top of the hour of the US selling $42 billion of 10-year notes.
We're getting
private
closer.
Cover of 2.48
so
by a high yield of 4.1.
Be aware of that.
7%.
And I have some other family affairs that I have to take care of.
10-year Treasury
he's
yields
like a family member.
About 4 base points richer on the day ahead of the $42 billion new issue auction. After gapping lower at the open following weak ADP jobs data released Tuesday when the cash market was closed. $25 billion 30-year bond auction Thursday concludes this week's quarterly refunding. Hassett says U.S. fiscal deficit could drop by $600 billion this fiscal year.
We got one last thing to talk about. Gotta wait for this guy to stop
says that there is a debate about the extent to which productivity is rising. Also, to go back to then some more prep then. The latest CFTC positioning data shows speculators were net short 259K Ultra 10-year note futures and 844K 10-year note futures, possible sources of covering demand for the auction.
A note here that today...
Asset says deficit drop is 1/3 tariff revenue, 1/3 tax revenue due to the economy, and 1/3 spending reduction.
Should I put him back on? Because not only do we have Hassett speaking, but then we have a bunch of Feds speak. And they could potentially drop some bombs in the market. I forgot to mention that this morning. We have Bostic, and then we got Moran speaking. Then we've got a 10-year auction. Told you to watch the yields. And we're starting to get data, and we're probably going to get some astroturfing out there and some like trying to convince you that bad data is good data.
Asa says we are reducing deficit relative to target, and I'm bullish about growth.
I have one last thing to let you know. If you want to meet, I think I'm going to be in Boston December 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th. I have to go there on business and family. So if you live in the Boston area,
Haskell says that we will use future reconciliation bills to address the U.S. economy.
If you live in New England, I would say like the South Shore, Cape Cod, City, Boston, parts of maybe Vermont or New Hampshire. Western Mass can be kind of brutal depending on how far west I have to go, but like I'll be in Boston, the city. So I'd be willing to drive like a half an hour to go see you or something.
Firms are telling the Fed that policy is restrictive, particularly in housing and other rate-sensitive industries.
Or if you want to come to the city and go to a show, I'd be willing to take you to a show, get some tickets to a concert or something down in Lansdowne or something like that. Or if you want to meet up. There's no football game. I thought there was. There isn't. I think they're going to move the football games because they're doing so well. They've got like midweek games and weird times and shit. So they're probably going to move the Patriots. But if you are going to be in Boston or around there, I'd be down to meet up for something, food, bar, walk, show, anything. I'll do anything. I'm interested in all things. So if you're a member, a community member, just hit me up at a DM, and I'll get your contact information. And when I was in New York, it was more, I didn't have a lot of free time in New York City, but this time I do. So if you want to do a meet and greet or anything, or you want to meet me, you want to like beat me up or something, I'll be in Boston December 5th through the 8th, I think.
Hassett on housing says, I don't know if Trump has decided.
So we can do a legit meeting like, hey, this 4-hour block, this 8-hour block, we'll hang out and do something cool or whatever. Whatever you're interested in doing. If you want to meet in real life, make sure I'm a real person, all that kind of stuff. I love meeting you guys. So if you ever have a chance to meet me, I'd love to meet you. So just a heads up. And I'll buy you drinks. I'll buy you a Rip Van Winkle. I'll buy you $100 shot of bourbon or something. And we'll hang out and get some lunch or whatever and chat. So I think that's all the housekeeping stuff I've got for you. I still haven't booked my ticket. I want to make sure that I could get into Boston and make sure that the ACT guys and gals are all like squared away and the government's open and all that kind of stuff. But I'm going to try to get that trip in there before the end of the year. And if I can, it'll be the first week of, I'll be streaming, of course, just a weekend. So I'd like leave on Friday and then be back Monday morning. So it's a quick trip. I think it's like 2 hours or something. That max.
Feds Bostic just commenting in the Q&A part now. Hassett says 50-year mortgage could make it easier to get a home.
Boston,
Massachusetts. About 5 minutes ago till we get the 10-year note auction. Where the prior high yield of 4.1 was 7%, prior bid cover 2.48.
I'm from Boston, if you don't know that. I was born and raised in Jamaica Plain, in JP. That's my hometown. I spent most of my adult life living in the West, like the actual West. I lived in the West Coast a little bit, other places, but most of my adult life has been in the West. I consider myself from the West these days, but I was born and raised in Boston. It's where I was born, where I was raised, where I went to school. Went to college there. Went to a Catholic school and Catholic college, and I was I was a Boy Scout and everything. Cub Scout, Boy Scout, Catholic school my whole life. Private school, right through college too. I had a little bit of public school in the middle there, but I went like private and then public, and then my dad moved us around. He did a lot of real estate development, and then moved us out of the city at one point because he was afraid for my well-being growing up in the city, becoming a teenager. And then that's, of course, I was like a young teenager, then took off and did college and army and all that stuff. Yeah, the dog thing, I don't want to talk about it. I'll be honest with you guys. I'm really devastated right now on the dog thing. I don't even want to discuss it. I was trying to get through as quick as possible. I was bawling my eyes out. My wife this morning alone. Two of us were alone. We're talking about the dog, and I'm like, "Fucking dog is my he's my everything. I don't have any other boys in my life. He's it. He's my goddamn dog. This fucking dog. I treat him like I treat him better than I treat anyone. He's my boy. Best goddamn dog in the world. Period. End of story. I've never met a better dog in my life. He's like just big enough to be a guardian, and he does that thing for my kids. Like he never ever left my daughter's side, ever, for nothing. No matter where we are, no matter what we did, if I walked away, he was there. And of course, strangers never come near my kids. With a full-grown male blue merle border collie, that fucking dog wouldn't let anyone near him either. He's a little possessive about the kids, but I kind of like that. I bought him because I lived in a compound in New Mexico in Santa Fe, and it was in the middle of nowhere. It was in the outskirts of Santa Fe, and it was like a private compound with homes with lots of space, and big mountain biking trails and hiking trails and running trails, all that kind of stuff. And it was dangerous to have my kids there unaccompanied at times. At a big apple orchard, and then courtyards, multi-level courtyards and stuff, and fences.
As it on tariff case, as the emergency case is
Adobe
really
walls
solid.
And shit. But we have coyotes out there, and they'll climb a fucking 8-foot wall. Like a coyote will go right over the goddamn wall. So I got that dog to protect my kids in case I'd turn my back or something, and the kids were running around, and the dog tried to snatch my kid. And he did his goddamn job there
Myron
too.
refers to independent growth estimates for stable coins.
It's my
Asset
man,
on
dude.
Trade says we're looking at
Never
options
let me down
and
once in my
alternative
life.
authorities
Not
if Supreme
one
Court
fucking
rules against administration in tariff case.
Damn dog. Ah. Fuck.
Also a reminder, at 1 p.m., White House Press Secretary Leavitt is due to speak. We'll pop it to have the video is on her name on the
I'm telling you, that dog
we'll
was
on the feed as well.
I feel like he worked
Also,
too much.
surely expecting
with the kid.
the
The
one
kid, he
meant to
loved
go
doing
to
it
get the one
anyways.
issued for the 10-year. And surely expected to hear
loved
from
being with
White House
kids.
Press Secretary Leavitt.
Like it was so crazy. Like just circle the kids, circle the kids, circle the kids. Sit down, watch the kids, circle the kids. You know, kids try to walk out in the street, goes get the kids, bring them back in. The fucking dog
Hazard on
danger.
Trade says any cost impacts are level adjust effect, not inflation.
Best goddamn dog in the world. Smart as fuck too. Oh no, here we go. Levitt's speaking. Do we want to put her on right now so she can start screaming at us? Any of you guys want some sadomasochism right now?
We have posted out the video of White House Press Secretary Leavitt on the feed, free to watch.
You guys want some sadomasochism? You want to get yelled at for half an hour? Here we go.
10 seconds to the one issued. For sport 08, 4 sport 068%, 4 sport 08068% for the Treasury when issued for the $42 billion auction. So again, 4 sport 068%. As it says that we're considering the use of Section 301 and 122 tariffs as fallback.
All you sadomasochists out there, what do you call it? Sadomasochism? All you sadomasochists out there, you ready to get yelled at by somebody? I'm long. I'm long here. I'm long. I haven't given nothing back. I'm here till we trade 687.50. I'm here to this right here. Right there. There's where I want to go, right here. Right there. I don't know how long it takes for us to get there. I don't know if it's today or if it's Thursday or Friday open.
Hasid on Trade says, I expect to see big reduction in price of imported goods from China and other nations.
I don't get yelled at enough, so I listen to Levitt yell at me. I don't have enough women in my life yelling at me all day long. I was telling my wife last night. Or no, what was I talking to? Yeah, I might have been talking to my fucking dog.
4.074% for the 10-year note auction. The bid cover of 2.43. The US selling $42 billion of 10-year notes and awarding 97.52% of bids at high. Primary dealers take 10.45%, direct 22.55%, and indirect 67%.
Well, I was like, I'm not the best guy in the world, but for some fucking reason, all I have is women in my life. I got like women everywhere in my life. I'm like, I am not the best guy in the world. Why do these women keep talking to me?
That's a tail of 0.6 base points.
It's like they go out and get other men to yell and scream at. I get enough women yelling at me. I don't need Levitt yelling at me too. Oh yeah. Oh, break on through the other side.
Seeing the U.S. Treasury 10-year yields pair declines after a 10-year note auction last at about 4.8 base points at about 4.062%.
Oh yeah. Come on, bond vigilantes, don't do me wrong today. Don't shake me. The only people that want to shake me are bears. Bears want to shank me. Yeah, we should have a dog channel, huh? Or like our pet channel or something. That'd be kind of cool. Do we have a pet channel? Do we have a pet channel on Discord? I didn't know that. We have a pet channel on our Discord. Well, it's called Can I Pet? I didn't know that. So we have a place to post your pics, your animals. I'll post some pics in there. I got some great pics. That's my boy, dude. That's my man. Thanks, Quinn. Thanks, Omnisci. I didn't even know. Or maybe I did. I don't know. Maybe I have posted dog pics in there and I forgot. I'm getting old. I'm not supposed to. Please, God, don't turn down. Turn up. Pets who trade. Well, we need Levitt to start screaming. That's right. That's your dog. That's my goddamn dog. That's my goddamn. The best part too is he's at the porch dog stage, which is like the best stage. You just come hang out. I bought a bunch of, like, I have a bunch of military wool blankets, and he really likes the wool blanket because it's animal. So if he's like, he stands guard. This fucking dog, dude, is the best.
29% job creation this year has been native born.
This dog stands guard at my front door all night long. He parks, I got him a bed. He doesn't sleep in it. He sleeps, I have like hardwood floors at the front door. he'll sleep on the cold ass floor. I got the bed sitting on the floor at the entryway, the foyer or whatever. He won't sleep in it. So recently I've been giving him a wool blanket. He fucking loves it because it's like real animal. So he thinks he's like hiding under it and shit. Now he's becoming a porch dog. He's getting to that point where I put the wool blanket over him. He stays under it all night long. And it's beautiful, but makes me sad too. But I have to wake him up, take him outside and stuff. Wife does, kids do. But I love seeing him under that wool blanket with that porch dog aspect, And I like that he knows that it's like an animal smell and feel. He knows that it's real. It's not like my dog will kick a blanket off him, but give him something like a wool blanket or something, he's on it. I once did I didn't know about that until so one time I did a costume. I did the Chuck Testa costume. Do you want to I forget how he said it, but it was like taxidermy. You want the best taxidermy ever, whatever. Call Chuck Testa. And so I dressed up as Chuck Testa, and I had like a dead animal pelt, like a beaver something or whatever. It was crazy. And my other dog found that fucking thing. He like had sex with it or something, and then like him and Dirty Mike and the boys got together and like they did something to it. I don't know exactly what, but there was a lot of like fluids and bodily fluids involved, and it was pretty nasty. I had to get rid of it. I was like, what the fuck did you guys do to this thing? Like, what the fuck are you doing with this thing? No, I didn't hear that. For real? No way. Cloning his dog? Dude, I would totally clone my dog. I would. Hold on, I gotta click on that. I gotta find out how to do that. I'd be interested in that. Come on, don't crash on me now, baby. Don't fail me now. All these angry retailers and mangy bears. Thanks. I clicked on it. I bookmarked it. Yeah, I would do that too. I'm gonna be honest with you. I would totally clone my dog. I'm not gonna lie. My dog was awesome. If I could have him back in my life again as a baby, oh man. You're back, dude. I know it's weird. But I would totally be like, you're back, dude, from the dead. Starts yelling at me. He's like, dude, I wanted to rest. You know? What are you doing to me? Yeah, my other dog is my other dog. My wife and kids love. He's a lover. He's like a little rat. He's got no. We gotta watch this here closely. You want to watch this right here? Watch the white line. This could make me pull the plug, so I want to make sure.
Hassett says the White House is more efficient than Trump's first term.
No, we could be dicking around in this gamma support all fucking day. Do you see this? Ugh. We could be fucking around on this fucking gamma support all day long. We could spend the whole day here. Oh, please don't make my eyes bleed all day long like this.
Fedsmyron says we should not take inflation data as face value.
See that? They're already massaging the data right now. You see that? They're gonna come out. I guarantee you're gonna get Fed speak. You're gonna get all kinds of bullshit from the banks. You're gonna get the banks coming out and massaging. They're gonna tell you all kinds of stories. It's gonna be kind of whack.
Hassett says he sees less turnover in the White House than in the first term.
The real danger here is don't. By the way, we've got a thing going on over here, so watch out. The astroturfing is coming out. I assure you. Over the next like 2 weeks, 3 weeks, you're gonna see all kinds of nonsense, bullshit, fraud, just like pure nonsense. I think the key takeaway too is I think I said this to you earlier. I want to say it to you again. Like top line. You need to be watching the 10. You need to be watching the yields. You should be watching the 6 month. You're watching 10-year, 30-year. I watched the 30, the 20, the 10, and I watched the 3 and 6 too. But keep an eye on that 10-year, and you do 10s and 2s, 10s and 3s, whatever you want. Whatever your
Myron
preference
says
is,
elevated inflation due mainly to measurement process.
keep an eye on the bond boys. You got to find out because they're watching closely, and I do respect what Wolf says. They're a little bit too sanguine for my taste. When he said that, I was like, man, I trust this guy. So I don't take what he says lightly.
Hazard on Trade says negotiations are an ongoing process.
Matter of fact, let me see if he's put any blog posts up. Oh, he goes on a tear today about 50-year mortgages. Nice.
Hazard as a tariff policy is an ongoing process.
Yeah, here's a couple things for you guys to read here. Here's one of his latest ones. You want to read this? If you have if you have a chance, read this right here. I'm going to post in the Discord. The best part of these articles is reading the commentary. So if he posts an article, you want to like come back in a day or two, let people discuss it. The people that are discussing this stuff, there's like about a third of the crowd is like a fin Twitter regurgitating, and the other 2/3 are professionals, and you get some really good insight and juxtaposition between the difference between those two groups of people. So the commentary of these articles you want to read as the commentary develops over the days. Come back, like read it, and then come back in a day or two. Come back in a day or two. Yeah, I own SGD. I own SGD and I own
Hazard on Trade says discussing changes with
Beyond
food,
too,
with food
believe
products.
it or not, I own Beyond. But I bought them both pretty fucking low, so I've been green on both multiple times. Ooh, yeah, SGD looks great right now. You know, the other thing about SGD is there was one moment where I wanted to get out and I fucking missed it. I wasn't watching closely. I was up big time. Beyond, I was up at one point a bunch too. And I stayed in. I was just like, fuck it, I'll just stay in. SGD looking fucking mean right now. It looks good. I'm hoping for both of those to print something on OpEx this year, or in November. If not, I'll hold them till January, February. I knew going in that I didn't want to sell them because they were so low. Although the first Beyond trade, I made fucking good money.
Hassett says Trump is focused
that
on
trade is paid for
affordability.
with profit.
Surely
actually,
expecting the Federal Reserve operation data as well.
The Beyond trade is basically free right now. More than free. Not basically, it's more than free.
Hassett on Trade says tariff policy needs enforcement against transshipment.
Did they get the new high there? No, not yet. You want to see them get that new high, like $1.18.
$18 counterparties take $5.886 billion at Federal Reserve repo operation. Asset says the rate of food increases is down to almost nothing.
What boxes are you asking about? These ones right here? Which one are you asking about? Those are order blocks, if you're wondering. Like time and sales order blocks. Shows or it translates to, theoretically it translates to the amount of supply or demand. But they try to hide some of that stuff too. The gray and the 1 minute. Oh, this right here. Hold on one second here, guys. Hold on one second here. Well, hang tight here, guys.
But
You're saying so basically bond market's saying they don't like rate cuts until inflation cools. It's tough. That's a good question. Always learning. You know, I trust Wolf on this more than I trust the spin from the banks and from Moran and the BLS and the banks. But, you know, they got the bond boys in New York right now. So I don't want to say this, but I know that stock markets, bond boys do this, but at the same time, you know, the street is so inside the White House right now. This might be the most the street's ever been in the White House. I don't know right now. There's this other thing too. I think I mentioned this in a tirade yesterday about, you know, I was having a conversation with Scott with Volatility Volwiz the other day, and I was like, you know, like, I'm gonna just top line it. I'm not gonna go into it like I did yesterday, but I think it was yesterday, but might have been the day before. But I'm being serious here. You know, we don't live in a in a dictatorship socialist system like China. So sometimes you have to fudge things to continue doing what you need to do for the hegemony of the United States. And if you can't force it and you live in a representative democracy, sometimes you can still do it through policy or through...
ISIS says that I'll stay in the administration if I'm not selected for Fed.
Like the easy way or the hard way. And sometimes we pick the hard way and you see fraud and shit. For the, you got to think to yourself, if we were to end the development of AI and robotics and machine learning, there is real danger to the hegemony of the U.S. in the world. So the Bond boys could be involved. You know, if it was a matter of national security, to some extent, I don't know that they might be playing ball to some extent. I think that was what is great. I think that's what Wolf was trying to say. And when you think when someone says that, right? I think Wolf said something like, "I don't like the sanguineness of the bond market," and you got to think about what he means by that. Are they in on it? I think is what he's saying. I don't think there's like a gotcha moment in there.
He was saying high-grade bond sales top 2024's total, now second of all time.
The question becomes, why would they be doing that? Now, I'm not saying that they are. I'm saying if that is the case, then why? You start asking those questions. You want to find the easiest answer.
Hasid on the Fed says, I could be ready to work right away, and I have Fed experience.
God, this looks so bearish right here. I don't like this at all. I hate these fucking triple tops like this. Oh, I know exactly what it looks like. I know exactly what it looks like. I'm watching it.
Let's remind at 1:30 p.m. Eastern time we get the Bank of Canada meeting minutes. Fed's Marin says, I'm in favor of using Fed's balance sheet more judiciously than it has in the past. Myron says that QE may be overused in the past. So again, QE maybe was overused in the past.
I'm not reading what you guys are typing there. I read a white paper this morning from a hedge fund, and I thought it was fucking hilarious. I gotta find it, pull it, drag it back out. But I was reading this hedge fund's letter this morning. Oh wait a minute, here we go. We're about to get yelled at.
We are going to get to my remarks and Q&A as always, but I do have the FBI director with me here, Kash Patel. You all know him well. And he's here to provide an update for you all with respect to China. As you know, President Trump had a very successful meeting on his trip to Asia with President Xi, where they discussed the need for China to crack down on fentanyl production and distribution, which ultimately makes its way here to the United States of America. And the FBI director recently traveled to China following President Trump's
said about 5 minutes ago to
and
give feedback
he has a really positive announcement for the American people to share. So the president wanted me to bring the FBI director out to share that with all of you today. So Kash, please, thank you for being here.
Thanks, Caroline. Woo! As Caroline mentioned, we have some tremendous news thanks to President Donald J. Trump once again for the American people. As soon as the President of the United States took office, he issued a mandate to rid America of the scourge that is fentanyl, a drug that has killed hundreds of thousands of Americans. Thanks to his leadership and direct engagements with China, we set up a framework to execute that mission 8 months ago. Attorney General Bondi immediately thereafter took steps to engage her counterpart in China at the Ministry of Public Security. Pursuant to their direct discussions, as the FBI director designated to run counterpoint on this, along with the Secretary of State Rubio and Ambassador Perdue and the team here at the White House, we set forward a path to implement the policy needed to crush the plague of fentanyl. Deputy Attorney General Blanche and our teams have been hard at work ever since,
has said on AI since increasing productivity of workers, firms, capital, and creating huge amount of value.
Due to President
Markets
Trump's
will work out who
historic
captures the
engagement
value.
with President Xi just a few short weeks ago that set the stage for today's announcement. At that meeting, the leaders reached an agreement. But just to put this in frame for the American people, a reminder here that nearly 100,000 people died of fentanyl overdoses just last year alone. Here, this year, under this president,
on AI, says valuation could be really high as productivity rises.
So far, that is a 31% increase from the same time period last year. To put it in perspective, that's enough fentanyl to kill 127 million Americans.
Fed's Myron says it's difficult to quantify AI productivity growth
fentanyl.
potential.
While we, the interagency, the Department of Justice, have been fighting hard to seize and stop drug traffickers, we must attack fentanyl precursors, the ingredients necessary to make
wait a minute,
this
there's our
lethal
triple
drug.
top.
That was the sole purpose of my trip to China, to eliminate these precursors. And if successful, we would suffocate the drug trafficking organization's ability to manufacture fentanyl in places like Mexico. This was the first time an FBI director has been to China in over a decade and received the audience with his counterpart
on The Economy
to
says
address
that
this
we will
matter
have
directly.
more policy proposals.
And again, thanks to President Trump's direct engagement with President Xi, the government of China committed fully to my engagement there on the ground in Beijing
FBI director,
at a level
they say
never
China agreed on
seen
plans to
before.
stop fentanyl precursors.
While at Ministry of Public Security headquarters, I met with my counterpart at MPS, where the Chinese government agreed on a plan to stop fentanyl precursors. What does that mean? The People's Republic of China has fully designated and listed all 13 precursors utilized to make fentanyl. Furthermore, they have agreed to control 7 chemical subsidiaries that are also utilized to produce this lethal drug. Effective immediately, essentially, President Trump has shut off the pipeline that creates fentanyl that kills tens of thousands of Americans.
That's not why we're there, by the way.
These substances are now banned, and they will no longer be utilized by the Mexican drug trafficking organizations or any other DTOs around the world to make this drug.
They're not there for that reason.
This historic achievement has saved tens of thousands of lives. This historic achievement would not have been possible without the tremendous team of President Trump, the Attorney General, the Department of Justice, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and Ambassador Perdue in China, whose ground-level engagements were imperative to achieving this result.
Venezuela,
this is yet another
Panama.
example of how President Trump defends the American people, provides security for the American people, and puts the American people first. This is a historic first-in-its-kind achievement by any president to stop the scourge of fentanyl, and it should be championed by every single American.
Clean.
This achievement will save
From
lives.
the Bank of
We are
Canada meeting
thankful
minutes,
for President
we need
Trump's
clean
head of the
steadfast
Bank of
leadership.
Canada
Wall
This
Street
FBI will fearlessly follow
Yeah, the
Governing
White
Council members
House.
agreed to look through top inflation
that this
indicators
mission
of
of
underlying
safeguarding the
inflation.
We
American
don't like
Members
our
of the
drugs
indicators
mixed
of
with
underlying
other
inflation
drugs
give
around these
signals
parts.
about trend of total inflation. Members expressed concern that weakness in the labor force could
Thank you
persist
again, Director Patel.
and broaden.
Before we get going,
Discussions
I do have
with companies
one quick
indicated
scheduling
that if
announcement.
U.S. demand weakened
Tomorrow,
further,
President Trump will
that
be
could lead
joined
to
by
more
the First
job
Lady
losses.
in the East Room for an
Members had a
executive
range
order
of views,
signing
but
aimed
timing
at
was cut
expanding
when arguments
opportunities
for
for
move in
education,
October were considered.
career
What's
development,
yelling now?
housing,
Some
and
members
other
felt waiting
resources for
would
young
provide
people
them with
transitioning
Voice
from
news
foster
disconnected.
care to adulthood. This is part of the First Lady's Fostering the Future efforts, which are a Be Best initiative. In other news, the Democrats dragged on the government shutdown for 43 days, the longest shutdown in U.S. history. But tonight, thanks to Republicans, the White House is very hopeful that this shutdown is going to come to an end. The damage caused by the Democrats with this reckless government shutdown cannot be forgotten. It is entirely the fault of the Democrat Party. Just look at the vote count.
Love it.
Hundreds of thousands of federal employees have missed their paychecks. Tens of billions in wages and benefits were withheld, impacting vulnerable families.
I gotta break out the
Millions
whip.
of low-income Americans missed their SNAP benefits. Nearly 20,000 flights at airports across the country were delayed due to staffing shortages, causing Americans to miss family events, vacations, and work obligations. According to Airlines for America, an estimated 5.2 million travelers have had their flights disrupted over the course of the Democrat shutdown. And our economy has lost billions and billions of dollars in economic activity over the course of this shutdown, hurting consumer sentiment and crushing the travel and hospitality industries. According to a CBO estimate, the Democrat shutdown could end up decreasing fourth quarter economic growth by 2 whole percentage points. The Democrat shutdown made it extraordinarily difficult for economists, investors, and policymakers at the Federal Reserve to receive critical government data. The Democrats may have permanently damaged the federal statistical system, with October CPI and jobs reports likely never being released. And all of that economic data released will be permanently impaired, leaving our policymakers at the Fed flying blind.
We're never releasing that data?
It's hard to recap all of this without asking a simple question.
Did she just say that we're not releasing the economic data?
Why have the Democrats put the American people through this pain for 43 days in a row? And it feels like Groundhog Day being up here again talking about this Democrat shutdown. And the answer to that question is pure partisan politics. They started this shutdown with a ridiculous demand to force taxpayer-funded healthcare benefits would never force American taxpayers to pay for free healthcare for illegals. In fact, President Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill fixed that problem. The Democrats kept dragging this reckless government shutdown on for weeks longer to boost their turnout in an election, perhaps one might guess. That's because the Democrats are totally captured by their far left-wing base, who only care about attacking President Trump, even if it means hurting innocent Americans in our country. The Democrats' weakness and their unwillingness to buck the fringe members of their party dragged this harmful shutdown on for 7 weeks and inflicted massive pain onto the American public. But let's be clear, the clean CR being voted on today in the House of Representatives that will lead to the reopening of the federal government is what President Trump and Republicans have supported from day one. Our troops, air traffic controllers, and federal employees will be back to receiving their regular paychecks.
100%.
Families in need will get back to receiving their food purchasing assistance, and the people's government will soon be back open for business.
You don't make 20 grand.
President Trump looks forward to finally ending this devastating Democrat shutdown with his signature, and we hope that signing will take place later tonight.
I don't know any
On another matter, I want to address the affordability issue that's received a great deal of media attention this past week, which is ironic because it didn't receive that much attention when Joe Biden was here and inflation was at a record high 9%, the worst inflation crisis in modern American history. And President Trump won a landslide election in part to address the affordability issues created by Joe Biden and the Democrats. And that's exactly what President Trump has done since day one of his administration. Since the first day in office and every day since, the Trump administration has taken aggressive action to fix the Biden-created cost of living issues. The notion that the same Democrats who just shut down the federal government to sabotage our economy, rob people of their paychecks, and also helped Joe Biden ratchet up inflation to 9% are now suddenly affordability champions. That notion is completely absurd. And it's something only the liberal media would have the gall to push. But the reality is that President Trump and his administration have done so much to lower prices and increase the economic prosperity of the American people. And this president and his team of amazing economic advisors are going to keep working on this issue every single day. In less than 10 short months, President Trump signed the largest middle-class tax cuts in American history, including no tax on tips, overtime, and Social Security, which will guarantee that next year Americans are going to put more money back into their pockets. The president has completely unleashed American energy dominance to help bring gasoline prices to the lowest in 5 years, and we expect them to continue to decrease. And it has also lowered energy costs overall. There is more work to do, but again, the president's deregulatory and pro-American energy agenda is absolutely going to continue to drive down prices. This formula worked in the president's first term, and we expect that it's going to work again. And this is key because we know energy costs are the #1 driver of inflation. Again, just look at what Joe Biden did to our energy industry over the past 4 years of his administration, and look at what happened to inflation as a result. Everything became more expensive. To lower prescription drug prices and healthcare costs, the president has been working around the clock on this issue. He is obsessed with negotiating these good deals on behalf of the American people to bring down pharmaceutical costs and drug costs for Americans, and he has done so on a number of fronts. You have seen him discuss that.
Making another adjustment here. It's now the Cinco top.
To fuel small businesses, lower their costs, and incentivize hiring, the Trump administration has already cut 30 unnecessary regulations for every new one on the books, which we know will save employers and small businesses across the country thousands of dollars in regulatory burdens. All of these pro-Trump policies are working, and they will continue to work. Wages are rising at the fastest pace of the start of a presidential administration in 60 years. The cost of the typical new mortgage is down by nearly $3,000 per year. There's much work to do, and this administration will continue to do it. But President Trump has already made great progress in cleaning up the economic disaster that was created by Joe Biden. With that, I will take your questions today, and in our new media seat, we have Bev Turner, who works for a new outlet, a UK outlet, but based here in Washington, D.C., GB News. Bev, thank you for being here today. Why don't you kick us off?
Thank you, Caroline. So the clock is ticking.
Oh, dude, she's like huffing and puffing over there, too. As soon as she turned it, she's like...
must retract and apologize for their malicious edits.
Seriously, you can see that.
Shown last year. The recently resigned Director General of the BBC
I can see how people find that hot.
Organisation as the very best of society and blamed the enemies of the BBC for this outcome. Also yesterday, a senior government minister launched a fierce defence of the channel in the House of Commons, saying that the broadcaster remains a light on the hill for people all over the world. So, does the president feel that the network is taking the situation seriously?
Dummy?
Does he believe that they've shown sufficient regret? Does this strain the relationship between the president and
she does this shit to her husband at home, probably behind the scenes and shit.
Funded, is the president
wearing like leather and shit?
The BBC,
chips, dips, chains, whips.
Well, thank you, Bev.
Something for the nipples or whatever. I don't know.
I will say, I know the president has a very good relationship with Prime Minister Starmer. You have been there. You've seen them in their interactions. You've questioned both leaders in your time joining us.
Ocho top.
To United Kingdom a few different times now.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Give me the Ocho top.
Has a good relationship with, and
give me stock
the
market.
BBC being a fair news organization is definitely an outlet. I think these two leaders would disagree. The president has made it very clear that this is a leftist propaganda machine that is unfortunately subsidized by British taxpayers, and he thinks that's extremely unfortunate for the great people of the United Kingdom and Great Britain. And I think that the president was deeply concerned by the editing, the purposeful and dishonest editing of his speech that was so clearly fake news, and he rightfully dubbed that term many years ago, and this is a classic example of that. We see it in the United States all the time. We see it now in the United Kingdom. As you know, the president's external legal counsel has filed a lawsuit against the BBC. We expect that to continue, and whether they apologize or not is up to them. Thanks for being here, Bev.
You're welcome.
Sure.
We're all watching right now.
About the new Epstein email emails that have been
You're welcome, Caroline.
by House Democrats, separate from why you believe the emails were made public, can you address their substance?
This is pure comedy. It's almost like we expect her every week. It's like, oh, here comes Carolyn.
These emails prove absolutely nothing other than the fact that President Trump did nothing wrong. And what President Trump has always said is that he was from Palm Beach, and so was Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein was a member at Mar-a-Lago until President Trump kicked him out because Jeffrey Epstein was a pedophile and he was a creep. And this email you refer to with the name of a victim that was unredacted now and has since been reported on in this room, so I will go ahead and say it, Virginia Giuffre. And it was CBS's own reporting, Ouija, that recently wrote that Miss Giuffre maintained, and God rest her soul, that she maintained that there was nothing inappropriate she ever witnessed, that President Trump was always extremely professional and friendly to her. And so I think it's a question worth asking the Democrat Party, and you should all go ask them after this briefing of why they chose to redact that name of a victim who has already publicly made statements about her relationship with Jeffrey Epstein and is unfortunately no longer with us. Mary.
Thank you, Galen. Two questions on this. In the interest of
October, CPI and jobs data likely never to be released.
Get this all over with.
This administration has done more with respect to transparency when it comes to Jeffrey Epstein than any administration ever. In fact, this administration, the Department of Justice, has turned over tens of thousands of documents to the American people. We are cooperating and showing support for the House Oversight Committee. That's part of the reason you are seeing these documents that were released today, because of the House Oversight Committee's and Republicans' efforts to get these out to the public. This administration also moved, the Department of Justice also moved to unseal grand jury testimony, which we know, unfortunately, a judge declined those requests. So this administration has done more than any, and it just shows how this is truly a manufactured hoax by the Democrat Party. For now, they're talking about it all of a sudden because President Trump is in the Oval Office. But when Joe Biden was sitting in there, the Democrats never brought this up. This wasn't an issue that they cared about because they actually don't care about the victims in these cases. They care about trying to score political points against President Trump, as we have, of course, seen with this government shutdown. And this entire thing, again, it's not a coincidence to the American people at home. There are no coincidences in Washington, D.C. And it is not a coincidence that the Democrats leaked these emails to the fake news this morning ahead of Republicans reopening the government. This is another distraction campaign by the Democrat and the liberal media, and it's why I'm being asked questions about Epstein instead of the government reopening because of Republicans and President Trump.
But given your interest in transparency, Caroline, why are White House officials then meeting with Representative Boebert in an effort to try and get her to not sign this petition calling for the release of the files?
Doesn't it show transparency that members of the Trump administration are willing to brief members of Congress whenever they please? Doesn't that show our level of transparency? Doesn't that show the level of transparency when we are willing to sit down with members of Congress and address their concerns? That's a defining factor of transparency, having discussions with members of Congress about various issues. And I'm not going to detail conversations that took place in the Situation Room, in the press briefing room. Reagan.
I have a question about the government shutdown.
Thank you. I'm glad someone does.
First, on the government shutdown, the shutdown deal reverses the administration's reps, and it also prohibits more from happening until the end of January. I'm wondering if the president had input on this element of the deal, and if he's at all disappointed that's going to reverse the downsizing of government that they did during the shutdown.
I mean, look, I think it's about 6,000 workers total. When you look at that in comparison to the reduction in the federal workforce that this administration has done since January to get rid of the waste, the fraud, the abuse, and to reduce the size of our federal bureaucracy, we've done a lot of great work on that front, and we will continue to. But obviously, the president's main priority was to reopen the federal government and get people back to work, and that's what this deal accomplishes.
There's been reports in Israeli media that the U.S. is considering building a temporary military base on the Gaza border. Can you confirm these reports?
So I had a conversation directly with the reporter who wrote this article, and this article was based on a single piece of paper an inquiry that somebody in the Department of Navy made about an idea that may happen in the future. And this reporter deemed that as an official plan and ran with a story that the United States is looking into it. I checked with the highest levels of the United States federal government. This is not something the United States is interested in being engaged in. It's not something we are currently involved in right now that we will be funding. And the president has been very clear he doesn't want to see boots on the ground with respect to what's happening in the Middle East. We've made great peace. We've made great progress with the peace plan in Gaza.
Uh-oh. Did I lose that all of a sudden? I lost her. Did I lose power? Just a heads up to you out there. Yesterday I had a solar flare. Shut the stream down. If I lose the stream here, I'm losing power. I'm having some weird shit go on. Hold on here. Hold on a second here. One quick second here, see if we can get her back on here. I'm having some problems in the background here.
And the president has made it very clear he's not going to allow terrorists to bring illegal drugs that kill American citizens into our great country. Sure, John. I'll go to John and then Zolan. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Trump has talked about sending $2,000 checks to U.S. citizens. Earlier this year, he also talked about sending a Doge dividend. That didn't materialize. Should U.S. citizens expect a $2,000 proposal to the White House committed to making that happen?
The White House is committed to making that happen, yes. And we are currently exploring all legal options to get that done. I don't have a timeline for you or any further details, but I can confirm for you that the president made it clear he wants to make it happen. And so his team of economic advisors are looking into it. And when we have an update, we'll provide one. Zolan.
You said at the top that one of the costs of the government shutdown was that people missed their SNAP benefits. Can you explain then why the administration went to court to fight the funding of food stamps?
What about the follow-up on Doge?
Recipients missed their SNAP benefits because the Democrats shut the government down. And they forced the administration to tap into a contingency fund that did not even fund the full entirety of this program. And so then you had an unhinged judge who was trying to dictate from the bench what the executive branch has to pay for and where that money has to come from. That is judicial overreach at its finest, and so that's why the administration pushed back on that. We can't have the judicial branch telling the executive branch that we need to rob the Children Nutrition Fund, which is what this judge was trying to do to pay for SNAP benefits. That's completely inappropriate and it's unconstitutional, and we've been proven right with that legal argument. But now the good news is, again, thanks to Republicans and in several hours President Trump, the government is going to be reopened, and SNAP recipients are going to receive their full benefits, which is what President Trump has always wanted to do. Stephen.
Why also did you need the judicial process for that? I mean, during this shutdown, didn't the administration have a responsibility to tap into any of those reserves to ensure that essentially
we did. We did tap into it. We did tap into the contingency fund. And then the judge told us, no, you have to get more money from a children's nutrition fund. And we felt that was judicial overreach. You shouldn't tell the president which fund he has to rob because the Democrats are holding the country hostage by shutting down the federal government. Stephen, go ahead.
Well, if the president is considering a pardon for Ghislaine Maxwell?
Again, he's answered this repeatedly. It's not something he's talking about or even thinking about at this moment in time. I can assure you of that. Stephen.
Caroline, I've got two questions about New York for you.
Sure.
First,
you always do. On brand for the New York Post.
Mayor-elect Mamdani, he said that he plans to reach out to President Trump and
Wolf
that,
Richter
quote,
just probably
this
relationship,
this is a relationship that would be critical.
I bet you Andy Constance fucking freaking out.
It's the first time I'm hearing of it. I'll let the president
respond what Andy's saying.
To that comment by Mr. Mamdani.
My second question, Jack Schlossberg, the grandson of President Kennedy, announced today that he's running for Congress. He, in the recent past, has referred to his uncle, the HHS secretary, as, quote, a rabid dog, and he has said that the Trump administration is, quote, the most corrupt in American history. Does the White House have a comment on this sort of comment?
I don't see any constant comment yet. I don't see Wolf Richter comment yet.
I don't even think such ridiculous comments are worth responding
well, let's see what
Obviously,
what
those
Wolf
things
said.
are not
Wolf
true. And Secretary Kennedy is doing a phenomenal job bringing transparency and the gold standard of science back to our healthcare system. Eamon.
Thank you, Caroline. The president's hosting a number of Wall Street CEOs for dinner tonight here at the White House. Can you give us the names of the CEOs who are going to be here and give us a sense of what the president's message to Wall Street is going to be tonight?
I don't have a full list for you in front of me, Eamon. I know you've reported on some names, and we've helped you navigate whether those names were truthful or false. But I know the president actually plans to bring some of you into the dinner tonight, so you'll see for yourself in several hours if that's okay with you.
And there's been some reporting that the White House is frustrated with Bill Pulte and the rollout of this proposal for a 50-year mortgage. Can you tell us if the White House is frustrated with that rollout and if the White House still supports the idea of a 50-year mortgage for Americans?
This is a proposal that the president himself has commented on. I would defer you to the president's statements, and it's something that the administration is discussing and seriously looking into.
You all know that, right? Ever, under any circumstance.
Danny, and then go ahead.
Thank you.
It was bad enough when 30 years became a thing. I was a really young child when 30 years were like even taboo.
On the Epstein
If you got a 30-year mortgage when I was a kid, like when I was young, like when my dad was doing that. What is going on here? I'm having problems.
I haven't spoken to him about that specific matter, but I can ask him and get back to you.
I might lose the stream here.
On the government shutdown, the president and House Republicans have made clear they were not going to negotiate health care strategy or policy while the government was shut down. Now, assuming that it reopens tonight, is the president intending to invite any Democrats over to have negotiations over these subsidies or any other plan to bring down the cost of health insurance?
I will just add that, as you pointed out, the Democrats were holding our country hostage to try to negotiate on a health care system that they created. Obamacare, as it's famously called, is a system the Democrats created. It is a broken system. It has driven up healthcare costs dramatically in this country. And now they shut the government down to try to fix that system they broke. It doesn't make any sense to us, which is why the president said that's a completely untenable position. However, once the government reopens, the president, as he's always maintained, is absolutely open to having conversations about healthcare. And I think you'll see the president putting forth some really good policy proposals the Democrats should take very seriously to fix, again, the system that they broke. You can't trust the same people who broke the system to fix it, and so the American people will continue to hear from the president on this issue.
Follow up on the question about the $2,000 payments of tariff revenue. The president had also talked about using tariffs to bring down the national debt. Would this be in lieu of that? Like this is now the new way to maybe to use that tariff revenue?
No, the president put out a statement on this clarifying he wants to do both things with the tariff revenue that he's bringing into this country. Trillions of dollars are expected to continue to pour in, and it's part of the reason that the Supreme Court case is so vital for our country's future, to restore our manufacturing industry in this country, to protect our national security, to continue to allow the president to use tariffs as leverage to negotiate economic deals that, again, are good for our national security, and that revenue can then be used for various reasons to pay down our debt and also perhaps to give these rebate checks back to Americans, which, again, the White House is exploring the legal options of how we can get that done. Catherine, go ahead.
Victor Orban said this week that President Trump...
This is the sideways melt-up shit.
Do you have any details on how that will be structured or what that would look like?
I don't, but I'm happy to check with the National Security Council and get back to you.
One more. You recently said you'd check with President Trump about why he needs to get an MRI on his recent trip to Walter Reed. Do you have any more detail on that?
I do, and I'm glad you asked. As stated in the memo provided on October 10th, President Trump received advanced imaging at Walter Reed Medical Center as part of his routine physical examination. The full results were reviewed by attending radiologists and consultants, and all agreed that President Trump remains in exceptional physical health, which I know all of you will see with your own eyes.
Okay, I think we're done here with Levitt. Just to be clear to you guys, you're gonna see a lot more of this. I think we have more Fed speakers. No, we might be done for the day. Sweet. We're done for the day. There was one big thing said there today from Carolyn Levitt. Now you've got the White House saying that you're never getting, let me just see if I can get this quote down here. The October CPI and jobs data will likely never be released. That's important. What's important about what was said? October. Why? September's not so bad. October is expected to be pretty fucking bad. By the time November comes out, the year is done. It's fucking open fraud, boys and girls. It's open fraud. And I've been talking to you the past couple days about, you know, I had this conversation with Scott the other day, and I was like, they can just openly do it if they really wanted to. I'm blown away by that. I got to let you know. Just like, you'll never get it. I mean, we didn't even do that shit during COVID. Did we? There's no data? I can't wait to see the reaction to that. I gotta say, like, oh, I know it's weird too. I just went to see if Andy had said anything. He hadn't said. He might be in New York. He might be in New York. Maybe he's away right now. No, he did post C- earlier. I don't see anything from Wolf Richter. Let me just check and see here if there's any commentary. From anyone trustworthy out there. I mean, I mean, like, I don't know, like, yeah, I mean, you know what else is crazy is so like Zero Hedge just made a good point, which I was thinking about too. Like, you're gonna get like so like Zero Hedge just said you're like gonna get September later this week, early next week, right? Likely. That data is not gonna be too bad. And then your bad data doesn't come out until the first week of December, which is already stacked for a major pullback. So you can kind of see it all right here. Like, take the money and run on Thanksgiving. And you're going to already get fucking first week of December sell flows anyways. So it's going to be like this nice, neat little package. You come back and you buy the dip in first, second week of December. If it shows itself, and you run up one more holiday trade in the end of the year. This whole fucking thing is, god damn. This whole fucking thing is like fucking dude, this is how you get like day traders that tell you like it's all fucking fake. This is how a day trader like like a day trader's just like, where's the day trader? It's all fake meme. Where is that fucking meme? There's like a day trader meme where they're just like, it's all bullshit. It's all fake. The price is all, everything's fake. Whole market is predetermined. I forget what that meme is, but I'll try to find it. It was like a day trader meme. It's hilarious. It's so true though. It's like it's closer to truth than not truth. I'll try to find it. My God. It's absurd. They're not even trying to fudge it. They're just telling you, fuck you, no. I'm going to take a quick break here. I'm reading some of the fucking commentary on this. It's so fucking crazy. Oh man, this is the same shit I'm talking about with the bubble. Like, you could fucking It's so insane. I mean, bulls, I guess, should be happy as long as the bond market doesn't freak the fuck out. It's basically telling you right now that nothing stops this fucking train, does it? Here goes the Levitt top. She's off now, so we'll just hang tight with this. Watch out for a flush in here. You might see one more flush. It's possible. But I wouldn't be too concerned about it. It's not really sellers. It's more like dealers and shit. This reminds me right now, like yesterday's price action, and this price action reminds me of the melt up. You trade sideways, you melt up. You trade sideways, you melt up. First chance you get, they sell it down. Like everybody's out of market, they sell it down, they pick it back up again, melt up again into the end of the year. That's what it looks like, at least to me. I don't know what it looks like to you guys out there, but it started looking like that yesterday. For me, it was the 10 a.m., 12 p.m. instead of going down move. I was watching to see if they would ramp it. I knew it at like 8 a.m. I was like, these fucks are gonna try to fucking run it up at the 10 and 12, and they did. And I thought this coming into today, the same thing, sideways. Grind, and then melt up. I don't know. I mean, this is a 1 minute chart too, so even if you come down here, it's still sideways. Yeah, excuse me. That's still sideways. It's a 1 minute fucking chart here. Man. That's kind of thing where like we'll talk more about it, but God, I'm still trying to process this. Like in my brain, I'm trying to process this. I read every fucking white paper this morning, and they had fucking every goddamn bank and hedge fund had their own like hot take on this. And you know, some asshole and a bunch of fucking interns had to like word this correctly and word that correctly and spin it right and word salad the whole fucking thing, and you've got everybody writing on this shit. Last night I read a BB. Hold on, I'll show you guys something. I'll show you guys something. Hold on a second here. Let me show you guys something. You can find this right here. Hold on here. I mean, I got some shit for you to read. I got some cool shit for you today. You can find this right here. This came out, I think, at 11 p.m. last night. I read this one late last night. I fucking work too much. I should not work this much. I fucking never stop working. 10 p.m. I think I read it at 11 p.m. last night. I mean, read this shit. I got some shit for you guys to read here. Hold on here. You want to know why? Hold on here. Read me from your daddy. Read that shit right there. It was fucking nightmare fuel. Watch out for a for what do you call it in here? There could be a I might have to add in here if we go down a little bit. We do have a 5-minute trigger crossing for a squeeze higher, but be aware of a flush here. They can try to flush people out in here. We'll just keep watching this down here. Well, I'm gonna go on a quick break. When I get back, we'll do an outlook for tomorrow, and we'll do an outlook for I'll give you an outlook for tomorrow and for Friday. And what else? I think that's it. I gotta find out what the takes are of the people I trust right now on that node data. Yeah, I do think that the Bond boys are fine with that, to be honest with you. I bet you that there's a lot more in the background going on. We talked about it before she said it. The Bond boys might be involved in this to some extent, in the sanguineness of them as well right now, with the trajectory of data and also cuts and the like. I do think that 50 BPS cut is on the table right now. I'll let you know that. I want to know how that's explained. I'm assuming it's going to be the November data that drops in December. I'm going to assume you're going to take a dive, and then you're going to start pricing the 50 BPS for the rate cut. I'll be right back with you guys. Give me a few minutes here. I'm going to put the news squawker back on. You should read that story there. It's pretty fucking damning. I'll be right back with you guys. Give me a few minutes. Hey, Chaz, how you doing, brother? Good to see you, man. Appreciate you. I'll be right back.
House Democrats leader Jeffries says we're introducing a 3-year ACA credits extension bill. Eurogroup President Donohoe says many views on trade between opportunities and threats. Sources say Russia's Lukoil has filed for extension of US Treasury's deadline, prohibiting transactions with the company after November 21st.
Just a quick note to you out there. Excuse me. There could be a magnet down here into the bell. Today's a midweek OPEX. Just be careful of a drag down for this big move into the close today. Remember, Wednesday is also an big OPEX day for the week. So you get like magneted down to the close today. So just be careful of it. If you're long into Thursday or Friday, just be aware of it. We can like go sideways all the way to the close, magnet the close to the downside. And remember, like zeros are big, like 680. I think we're already down there earlier. Like we already magneted 680 in here. We're kind of tied in right now. Here, I'll give you guys a. Let me just show you guys something here. I'll give you like a net gamma 1 date. Show you this. There's a pin right now on 6850, right where we are. So I guess we could just park here. We could actually park right here. So let me just show you this really quick. Now max pain I think is 676. We're sitting on, we're like literally parked on 6850 on SPX. Let me just check SPY really quick and see where it is. There's like a gamma pin at 6850 right where we are. But also, let me just check SPY's gamma for today. SPY 1 day gamma is 684. And we're trading right now 683. And you can make an argument for both sides of this, I guess. There's a, so like, if you were to destroy the puts and the calls, you would trade. If you were to pin the close here, right? Just post this in there for you. So those are the gamma pins. So what happens is we get freedom to movement in the just midweek stuff. Give me a second here. One quick second. I was trying to take a quick break here. Thought I had strange men at my house, but I didn't. This is 680. This is S2 at 676.93. So if we dive, that could happen potentially. It would come right back though. I don't think it's gonna happen. I don't think it's gonna happen, but I think we have a potential to like dive into the bell or park sideways. Now the good news is that, of course, once we break out of the weekly, midweek OPEX, we're free to move a little bit more. I did switch my calls from. When we did this blast up here. I did switch my calls to Friday, so we'll watch this. I might have to add to them. I think if we take the dive. I was thinking of closing them, and then I was like, maybe let's leave them on. It's a fucking free trade at this point. This whole week, I think I'm like, from like Friday to today, I think I've made like 12 straight good trades. I made a fuck ton of money this week. This week has been fucking gangster. One of my best weeks of the year this week. I'm not kidding you. It's like one of the best weeks I've had of the year was this third or Friday into today. I had a couple good trades last week. Had one big losing trade, but it made most of that back on Friday, and then this week has been killer. I think I'm just gonna leave this on here where it is, dude. And I got out of fucking FDX like the day it dumped. The next day, like right at the open, next day it fucking caved. I'm doing very well right now. I'm pretty happy with myself. I don't brag or anything, but fucking fairly happy with my performance so far. But if you wanted to get out here, we have potential of taking a nosedive into the bell or sweeping up and down, just like sweeping both sides of the chain. I try to murder bot the options today. They all look pretty rich today too. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Dude, Iran is such a kick-ass ticker. Love that ticker. I love Iran. We talked about that one too. Iran is a gangster ticker. I fucking love it. That fucking thing came up like from zero. It was like $4 or $5 when it started running. We started calling out Iran a long time ago. It was a badass ticker. That thing printed like a pig. I'll go in there right now, Director. I'm in the pro chat right now. I'm going in right now. Heading over to pro chat right now. What are you guys doing in here? What y'all doing in here? I like the pro channel. Pro channel's dope. What are y'all doing in here? What's going on, pro chat? They got their own channels and everything. If you're a pro trader, you can't even, if you're like just a supporter, in our Discord, we have like a whole bunch of other shit going on inside our Discord. Pull out here, expectations in a day. We never tagged the low either at 77, which is right by 76. Hollowed ground. All right, I get that. Or no, hold on. You guys are terrible. Fucking, you guys, it's like a secret club in there. I think there's a fair chance of diving in here. As we get closer to the close, it'll start moving. Like it's not gonna move like an OPEX, like a monthly OPEX. But you ever notice how Fridays we move? You'll move about half that into the close. We've been going up pretty steadily here, so I would expect that the midweek OPEX is lower. That's what I would think, but I could be wrong, of course. I am wrong all the time. Hold on here. We'll watch this as we get closer to the bell. I'm still long here if you want to know. I switched to Friday anyway, so I'm feeling pretty confident. I knew they'd try to kill options today. I was like, options are coming in here to die today. You know, I was talking to I had another discussion yesterday about so I had two discussions yesterday about merchandise. No, one yesterday and one earlier in the week. I have a family member who has a company, and I'm not going to tell you guys anything about her. I mean, like everything's like privacy and all that kind of stuff. But she's got a large company that where they do a lot of merchandise. And it was fascinating because I was talking to her and about doing merchandise, and I was like, I fucking hate the idea of like merch, like the influencer merch. I was like, I don't like the idea of that. And she does all her own stuff for a company, and so she she gets good quality shit, and it's stuff that you want to wear or use, and that's what we were discussing. It was like, when I look at this stuff, like the companies to do it, it's all geared towards like it's like a lot of like the merch stuff is like the pre-website builder websites, Wix or something, stuff like that. I'm just like, no. So we had that discussion, and then talked to my wife about it because one of you in here offered to help with the merch. So I'm trying to put it all together right now so we can start making something. I got to give pro traders something. I got to make something like for a pro trader, something badass, and just hand them out to all fucking pro traders. But I want it to be cool as fuck. I got a bunch of ideas you guys gave me too, so now we got to do the design on it. And originally I was going to go to like Printify or something to at least do the design. Is it Printify? Hold on here. Check. I don't even know if this is the site or not. Yeah, I don't want them making this stuff. I don't think. This might be the wrong company. I think they I guess they do good design or easy designs. I think. I'm not trying to. Just want an easy, like I want something like Canva, but for printing. Canva for printing. I don't know which one that is, but Iren, I want that one to come down. I hope Iren crashes here, I'll be honest. I want Iren to come down and take most of this trade away. They need to cool their jets a little bit. That's a great fucking trade, man. Iren was such a kick-ass trade. That shit traded $80 fucking. That's insane. Like, it started doing its breakout when it was like $5 or something. People were scooping it up here. Killer fucking trade. Flushing a little bit right now. Beware of the flush. If you're a bear, I'm sure you're probably already. I'll take some puts with you. Hold on. I'll take some puts to offset the cost of this. Hold on. I'll take some puts. Expiring today. 0 dates. What do we got? Expiring today. What do we say? 76? We'll try 80. How much are 80s going for? Oh, dude, 15 cents? Fuck on out of here. That's dirt cheap. They're at 15 right now. This could actually pay for my trade, I think. Pay for my trade going into Friday, and I don't actually mind if it burns that money, because it's 14 cents, so like 100 contracts. It would make me a killer amount of money, and even if it burned, it wouldn't matter. Hold on here. I might put this trade on here in just a minute. If I can get a flush into the bell, I don't even know what the fuck that would print. Let me just check it really quick. It print fat. Oh, I guess I couldn't do 80, could I? I'd have to sell it before we get to 80. It's kind of risky because they could go to 0 still. If we trade 80, we could go to 0. They could go to 0. You got to catch it on the move down. You could only before you ever get there, you're like, sell them. We're so close to the close. Hold on here. I'm going to put this trade on.
NYMEX diesel December futures settle at around $2.48 a gallon. NYMEX gasoline December futures settle at around $1.95 a gallon. NYMEX WTI crude December futures settle at $58.49 a barrel, down $2.55 or 4.18%. NYMEX natural gas December futures settle at around $4.53.
I'm posting in the pro chat right now what I'm doing. I got you guys. I'm with you. Okay, a few things here. We're gonna look at. I'm gonna give you an expectation for so you guys are ready for tomorrow. Now, there's a few things we do have to talk about here. We're kind of like in this funky place. Like, I want to show you guys a couple things here. I wanted to see this trade up to 687.5, like right here. And then I wanted to see a trade down to 677 or something. And then a big trade to 690. Okay? Now we're kind of in this weird fucking place. So I wanted to see a trade basically up here. 687.5. Right about there. Then I wanted to see a trade down here, and then I wanted to see a trade up here. Something like this. Now we're not quite where we need to be here. So I like the idea of going back up here, taking that out, and then swinging down and taking out the low. But we're on a Wednesday OPEX here, so there could be some other funky shit. Like we come down here, then we're back up here, and then we're like back down and then back up here. There's potential for that. So this is a tough call for me. The past 2 days have been wonky at best. The past 2 days, price action expectations are not really meeting, and I'm kind of expecting this. Not only am I expecting this, but I'm expecting like more of this into the end of the year. More of this bullshit into the end of the year. I didn't have the time today to go and look at it. We'll look at it tomorrow. But if you look at these melt ups, they get really funky. They don't really trade as they should. I think I explained it earlier, which is flows coming in. It stops volatility. It's like it's institutional flows. I want to tell you something else too. I was reading today about retailers, a story about retailers buying the dip. That's bullshit. They were not buying the dip. I got the fucking data. Institutions were buying the dip up until today. Retailers were selling. So just be careful of some of the data you're seeing right now, or some of the social media stuff. It's inaccurate. Just as a heads up. There's a lot of inaccuracies out there right now. Fake shit, fake news, or maybe they're trying to get you to start buying again. I'm assuming that's why they're posting that right now. They're trying to get retailers to buy now and jump on board. But anyways, let's look at this fresh again. And it's good to do this. Like if you would do this on your own, I try to do this in the morning. I try to do it before 9 a.m. I try to do it at 2. I try to do it like 2-3 p.m. and then I try to do it again at like 9 p.m. When Asia Open begins. So I'm constantly updating this stuff because things change. You come from market to market. You have to find buyers or sellers, and it matters. So a few things here. We're in a Wednesday OPEX. We've traded sideways the entire fucking day. We came in today. I told you we're going to come down and close some gaps. We did. Then I was like, yeah, I think we might just fuck around down here. We did. And this is, I believe, like 685 or 6850. Now, this is an important level. I want to make sure I got this level right here. Just make sure I got this level right here. We're coming back up into it right now. I just want to snap a line on this for SPY. This is basically support, I think right here. Hold on, let's give it a minute here as we pop back up here. I think that's basically support right there. I'll just draw that in. Just so we have a reference point. And especially after going over gamma today. This is SPX roughly 6850. And this is kind of an important place for support. Now, if you go on a 1 hour, you don't really want to be seeing like a new low here. Not on a 1 minute, but on a 1 hour, 4 hour daily basis, you can see the jackknife down here. And what it's implying here is that, well, we could look at it like this. There's 1, 2, and 3. We haven't given this one up yet. So we got this one right here. Come up, we go down, right, up, and then down. Now this correction is complete, but you always question, is it a larger correction? Okay. We have not given that up yet. So you don't have the new low yet. That's why I be aware of that. You don't have the new low yet. And another important part of this is when we flat correct and then go up, like when we do melt ups, it's normally like a flat correction or pulled down, flat correction, and then higher. And that's the greater point here. And there's something else about this. It's easy to get shaken out when you melt up. You kind of have to go into a trade and hold it until it prints. You can try to time them, or you can make them a spread, or you can do futures where you're not dealing with theta. Put time on it. You can do a spread if you wanted. The one thing though, if you get into these things is you either have to time it with 0 dates exactly right, or you need to be disciplined. What happens is you'll end up getting these like bloodbaths to the tick. Remember when I drew that white line earlier today and I was like, we can't violate like right here? And they took us right to that tick, right? That's indicative of pain, and we're still going up, not down. Even if we take another dive down in here into the close, as long as it's not new low or just if it's like breaks for a minute and back up, I would just be conscious of that in the scenario that we're in right now. And I want you to know, if you're out there watching this show, if you're like if you like to chart or predict price action, I want you to know that you'll probably be doing a lot of like eraser gang into the end of the year. The market should not flow typical. The market shouldn't trade like normal from here into the end of the year. So just be aware of that. These are not easy things to chart, not easy things to predict in any way, shape, or form. And I'm going to admit to you that right now. I think yesterday morning before we started the day, I was like, if this was any other fucking time of the year, this is where we'd be going. And I'm like, this ain't any other time of the year. This is its own fucking thing in my view. So it's just not, it's like a whole event. It's like one large binary event. So it's very hard to trade this. It's very hard to say, hey, we're going here, doing this and that kind of stuff. We have a lot of different people in the market right now. You have all kinds. Normally, it's just like you and a dealer, or it's you find out what the funds are doing when they're in the market, or you find out when the institutions in the market. You chase those guys and you chase the dealers. There's a lot of different parties right now in the market, and it does impact. It makes things a little bit harder to track. So, anyways, this looks like accumulation to me. This looks like not fear, but like pushing price, pressing price, but only to go up. And you notice we're like taking a breather here, right? See that one right there? Like sideways, wham, right? Up here, sideways. Oh yeah, bro, we're gonna close that gap. Psych. Right. Same fucking shit right here. And then wham, right? All the way up again. So there will be moments where we can unclench. I thought some of that data would be a part of it. That's not the case anymore at this moment. The second thing would be like this expiration, but then you've got like Turkey Day, and you've got the month end, and then the new month, and then they're like trying to push all this data in one day or a couple days over the first week of December. So they're like contriving a lot of this shit too. And then you got like window dressing coming into play. Anyways, it's fucking messy. And you got to be quick in here. So just be aware of that, okay? Now, this is SPX 680.50. We also know that if we lose this, if you're looking over here, if we end up losing this 680.50, we would drop down to 6,800. But the good news is you have momentum on your side. And you know what cures a hourly velocity on a 30-minute basis? Time. Time does. Time cures all. So we never hit our target up here. So we're going to write this one up here, 68.50. Right? That's our target. Okay? Bear with me as we do this because but I still believe here that we have not hit our upside target for the day. So I'm going to go with this right here. Before I draw this in, I'm going to go, nope. I'm here. I'm going to go on a 4-hour basis here. And I want you to see this right here. We violated this. This is good. I'm going to snap this one in right here. And some time has passed. We're putting in 4-hour blocks here. This is bullish, by the way. Right there. If you're out there like trying to like make money and shit right now, make sure you're checking. I want you to start making sure you're checking every 4-hour candle. Check the morning candle, check the night candle, the start of the next candle or whatever. This one right here. We still haven't taken 80% of that candle, have we? See that shit? Still have not taken 80% of that fucking candle. Still haven't taken it. It's like right at the pain line. I don't care about inside candles. I don't care about any of that stuff right now. I care about that we take 80% of this candle. We did not. We did not take 80% of that candle right there, so that's good. If we get an inside candle, this is what this is. The reason they're showing this 4 and 4 here is because if we get an inside candle in here, we actually can come back down here and still go higher. Okay? As long as we're not wiping 80% of that candle, we're good to go. So you can see it. If you don't know what I'm talking about, that's fine. But if you do know what I'm talking about, you know exactly what I mean here. So what I'm going to do is say this. We're going to go to 4. We're going to go to a 1 hour. I'm going to remember that 4 down below. You don't need to know that anymore, do you? Just need to know that support. Okay? And I think this trade is still the same trade. I don't think anything has changed in this trade. So I do want to, believe it or not, see that. I want to see that trade there. And then I want to sweep down to go higher. I think I said 76 or whatever. I don't even know if we can get down there. I honestly don't know that we can. This might be erased. And this could have satisfied with the sideways move. I mean, this shit is crazy. It's evolving so quickly. So this is what I'm going to do. Originally, I wanted to see... excuse me. Originally, I wanted to see this somewhere down there and then go to 90. Somewhere down in here. Right about there. And now I'm wondering if it's going to become something more like this. Like up here. And then it's possible because of all these candles being put in that we never see that low again. It's going to be something more like this. So go up there, hit this one. This is like your Thursday. Damn it. You know, and this becomes more apparent into the Friday, believe it or not. 690, 692. Just give me a second here. We're like correcting, but it's sideways. It's a flat correction right now. It's not a side. It's not a We violated that one already. I'm gonna draw it just like this. Right there. And I just want that little bit. I'm going to go back down here, believe it or not. Now, this isn't required. And then I'm going to go up just like that for our PT. Now, this is to me one trade. And we can start talking about this down trade in a minute, but I wonder if this becomes a new island here. I want to take that out. I wonder if this becomes a new island in here. It looks like we're building this island up here. You know, and that would fucking put us, this was like 687. You know these sellers are going to come in on you. Maybe that's how we get our sweep finally to 76. And then the 92. Something like this. You can see it. If you can see it. I don't think this fucking trade is done yet. That trade ain't done. And that trade is there. It's very sketchy. It's not sketchy. It's just you know what the most fucked up thing about this is? You could theoretically, if they're building out the base, this would then move up. And then like you're like, oh yeah, now we're here and now we're up here. So for right now, these are your expectations. I want to see that 684. I want to see that 684 get hit. Just to show that we're coming back. Maybe come back down here. See an inside candle. Pop it up, send it back down, maybe in the morning, and then back up. This is Wednesday. Just make sure it's right. This would be Thursday at 9 a.m. 10 a.m. About there. Something just like that. Up here. Back down. And then you're like, well, I guess this would be the Friday close here, right? This is Thursday, 10 a.m. This is Friday, 9 a.m., 10 a.m. Man, these fucks could come right. You know what these fucks could do? These fucks could come in here, like dump it at Friday, and then fucking over the weekend. Like dump it, and then over the weekend, you're back at 92. They wouldn't have to pay any of that. None of these calls they would have to pay over the weekend. These fucking sons of bitches. Sorry. This is how we get these fucking moves. Like, we get these big, giant weekend moves. So dealers aren't paying a bunch of money out. They're pricks, man. You can kind of see it right here for the weekend. I'll say something to you, like Monday open. I'm fairly certain on Monday. Fairly certain on Monday at like 9 a.m. This is your PT. 690 to 692. But this will be like Monday morning. There's something else fascinating here too, which is on Tuesday, or Tuesday is pre-VIX. This kind of makes sense because you're you're like down here, right? Fake out here, right? Come in like Monday, and you get an all-time high, and then Vixpiration is like jackknife. There goes your 76. Close the gap. OPEX, maybe it's at 70, maybe it's at 80. So you like come back up for OPEX. You're just like parked in here. If you're fucking Theta Gang, there's some nice action in here. If you're Theta Gang, there's some real nice. If you're a Theta Gang out there, Condor, you trade Condors and shit. There's probably some really nice price action in here for you. You guys understand what I'm talking about out there? This target's like Monday, 690. Jackknife this fucker down for Vixpiration. Jackknife, right? Come back into OPEX. Maybe we hit the 92 up here and OPEX 90 here. These fucks, you can see them already. Down, up. You don't have to do this. Not promise, but you might not even have to do this. It's just like fucking grind. Wham it up. And then like we're up here, and then it's like jackknife down. Hit the 76, and then back up into like 80 for OPEX. And then they'll ramp up to 60 and 92. I gotta change this from 690 to 692. This might be the OPEX target up here. Nice clean number. And then we're getting sent and packing in here. That would be your closure right here. Something like that. There's OPEX right there. Like grind, slam it up, hit the weekend. Come back on Monday, Tuesday, jackknife it down, back up to 690. Here's your OPEX. All those 690 Cs.
Brent crude futures settle at $62.71 a barrel, down $2.45 or 3.76%.
That's about what it is, I think. So we'll just stick with this for Friday. This is Friday. Where's Friday? Talk more about this as we get closer. If you don't know what I'm talking about here, this is Monday, 9 a.m. Right there. I think it's Friday. I think we hit it on Friday, but I would grind the fuck out of this. I would fucking let you take that, then I would send your ass down tomorrow, make you buy it all back up into Friday, come in Monday morning, fuck around sideways, jackknife it down Tuesday. Everybody's going to be bulled the fuck up here on Friday and Monday. There's your supply. Call buyers for moonshots. Get sent packing down here. They pay for the trip lower. All your fucking doomers are down here on Tuesday for expiration Tuesday, Wednesday. And then Friday we go back up for OpEx. They print the fucking up into OpEx for 692. I can probably show you the path right now. This is Tuesday, Wednesday right here. Tuesday, 1600. This is Wednesday, 1600 right here. It's going to go something like this. Something like this. Hold on. Teasing you on the 90 up here. Jackknife it down. This is expiration. And you're back into Friday, 1600. 90 right there. And I would even close the gap down here. I would do that. It was me. That's kind of vicious, but maybe it's just a wick down here. Close the gap. And the best part about something like this is that when you're coming up here, you're like trying to hit the 90 and the 92. Potentially over the weekend you hit the 92. Everyone's bulled the fuck up. They fund that down move. Crush bulls. And then the bears, of course, are like, we're going to crash, bro. You know, see like some bunch of puts. Puts to suckers, calls to suckers. And then it's whipsaw right back up into Friday. Like violence up into Friday. And you pin 690. Something like that. It's something like that. There's another thesis here too where you could go up here and hit that 76 now. And then what we do is we crank up into the weekend. We'll play it by ear. I could make an argument here that so where's Friday? Here's Monday, right? So what you could do is you could come into like tomorrow with the bulls, like Thursday or Friday. We've done this before on Fridays and Thursdays. And you're like pointing up here. And you like open at 9 a.m. and they just fucking send it straight down. But then you recover like all of Friday. You wake up on Monday with a fucking jackknife up in your face. You didn't pay any of the calls. Crying bulls. Bears talking about crashes again over here. Then it's straight back up again. Be very careful. There's like a lot of if I was a dealer, I would try to fuck you any way I could. I'll be honest with you. Be very careful in here. I want you to preface something here for you. If you're a bull or a bear, I don't care what you are. I don't care if you're a buyer or a seller. I need you to be able to put a different hat on at any moment. So let's say we come in for this move. We start selling and I tell you, sell everything and we're going to chase this fucker down. I want you to be able to do it. If we're down here, or here, and you're a fucking bear, and I tell you, close those fucking puts like I do in the show. You ever hear me in the show and I'm like, close your fucking puts, that's the bottom? Do it. If you're being a dumbass and you're a bull and you're up here and we're like literally on a Friday or a Monday open or a fucking expiration eve or some shit, and I'm like, do not roll your shit higher. Listen to me. Okay? This is the time where we take everybody's money, oftentimes, and it's like nothing ever happened. The freaky part about this is that when it happens, no one remembers it. Like we're going to like a expiration, everybody's happy and shit, and it's like 9 a.m. like day before, like Tuesday before expiration, or even Vic's day, and you'll just see like, and then it's like 4 p.m. we're out of here, and everyone's dumbfounded. The news doesn't tell you what happened. It's because of the unwinding that takes place. So there is some unwinding too here on this VIX in particular. Like that 690. I want to show you something here. This is important to know. You had fucking 6,900 got hit already. This is unusual. And they rolled their calls up here. Suckers rolled their calls to 7,000. So there is a little bit of like a like a VIX Vixpiration like up too. So I want you to think about that too. This is very complicated here because like you know, you get all these dead 7,000s from these people over here. And sometimes Vixpiration's fucking wonky. Like you'll go down, you come up here, and then on Vixpiration, you'll start cranking. Come back down, OpEx cranking 700. There's potential for like this OpEx be at 700. End of month 700. So just be careful. Please, I'm gonna preface this with you as saying this. Get rid of all this right now. Don't worry about this right now, but what I want you to think about right here is if we come to a moment at any day in the next like 2 weeks and I'm like sell and start selling or close your shorts and start buying, I'm begging you to I'm begging you to pay attention to me. So right now, how about I leave you with this? Down here, there's that first red right there. Just in case there's some panic down here. I'm gonna try to make this as worse as possible. I'm actually gonna make this more bearish. I'm afraid that I want you to be more concerned. I'm gonna put a little bit of fear in you. Let me just check something else here. Put a little bit more fear in you here. Nope, that's 477. The week really quick, weekly low. There's the weekly low right there. Just in case. Just in case. In case they really want to scare the fuck out of you guys. Hold on here. It's Monday, 10 a.m. Oof. Scare the fucking shit out of you. Down there. So right here. Oh, there's 76. Hold on. They'll fake you out right here. There. That's what they've been doing, right? Not closing the gap. This is Wednesday. This is Thursday. This is Friday. 1600. Fuck, that would suck. You have the buy point here to trade the PT up here. Where the fuck is the PT target? Price target right there. Wake up like Monday morning just like that. 9 a.m. right there. There it is. That's my prediction. That's my worst case scenario. Worst case scenario is they trap you in here. They freak out about no data. Down here Friday. Wake up Monday morning 687. And oh, you did get the tick there though. You see that? You did get that tick there. You already got the tick right there. See it. That's it. That's what I've got. Flush everybody out right here. Right into Friday. 670 price target. 676.51. You got this one right here now. Slam it down there, then down there. This is still valid right here. Actually, still valid right here. Up. Hit that one because you got the tick. And then down. It look like this. Down. There. Something like that. You're still going to get a squeeze here, I think. Down there and down there. That would fuck everybody up right there. And you'd get the new low would be right here. Down below that one. Tick. You would fail that right there and then just go straight down. Plunge. What day? When is this? Thursday at 1600. God damn. Thursday 1600. Price target 678.75. And then Friday would be a dog shit day. Up to 10 a.m. and then plunge it back down 676. Here's your weekly. Weekly fucking low. Hold on here. If you wanted an alternate count here, if you wanted an alternate up count, you wanted an alternate count. See this here. Holding this, we're going to go up and trade 876. So you would do alternate count would be we break above this 1 hour. There's Friday. What's up? Everything okay? I'll post this in the Discord for you guys. This would be some nice fuckery in here. Blast that fucker down. Hold on here. Better glasses. God damn, look at that right there. That would be fucking messy right there. be a fucking mess right there. Fucking bam, bam. Freak everybody out. Friday, 1600. Usual suspect shit. Bears don't fall for it this time, and then up. Hold on, let me just look at this a little bit more. Let me just check something here. 30-minute. And this looks bullish right here. It's looking pretty fucking bullish unless we swept down here. That would also be your bottom. We're just looking at it like this. It'd be off and running. It'd be out of here. All right, hold on here. Make that one white. Make this one the alternate. God, this is the best way to do it right here. The best fucking way to do it. If I was a dealer, I would run this fucker down. I'd beat that one right there. You could theoretically like bounce this, then up and then back down again. Just hammer fucking bulls down here. This is Thursday at 11 a.m. This would be Thursday, 1600. Smash that fucker down. You'd think you'd get some relief in here, 9 a.m., and then rock it down to 1600. Just pin the fucking market down here. This is looking more and more appropriate. I'm going to have to close my calls here. Hold on here, guys. Go to 1 minute. Let's go to the main. There's some fuckery in here. Whenever I get into these situations here, let's watch this together. So this is support here. And I think, let me check this here. $6,800 is, dude, 6,800 is Monday at 12:35. You know what else is too is it's the sorry. Monday at 12:45. Right there. Wait, there. It's right fucking there, dude. You see it? It's right fucking there. And then you sweep your fucking Friday down here and you're up and out of here. Fucking bastards. Damn it. This is also 6,800. Or this is 6,800 right here. So you ready for this? This is how fucky this is. You could come down here, hit 6,800. That's your support. Next, like, kind of support. You could sweep the Friday and then right back up again. The prior week. We never did that this week. This fucking thing is legit right here. You'd have to say that we're holding this. You have to break above this. Take this trade into the weekend. So if we're going to start ramping, this would be what it would look like. These fucks, man. These fucking guys. We have to hold this here. If we can't hold this 4 hour, we're blasting down. Think tighter, guys. Now, if we hold this hourly, this trade is still a lot. This is the valid trade right here. So just a note to you that this is the valid trade. So this is the valid trade here. Hang tight here. I gotta go over to the main screen here. I gotta go to the market chat and tell these guys. 317 right now. So I have us going up here in the close. Okay. I want to warn you that tomorrow on the opening bell, just hear me out here. I have us going up here. I want to warn you out there. There's a setup here. When we wake up tomorrow on Thursday and Friday, there is a setup to send us back into the downside. So I want you to know we're going up here. But I'm going to make this first one back to yellow. I know I've changed this like 3 times. The trade is higher. But there's a trap here for bulls. But there is a trap here for bulls. Again, I gotta close these puts out too. I never closed them out. Fuck. Puts are burning. Yeah, it's something. Just listen. If you guys can watch the show really quick. So I have us going up here. I have us going up into the close. I don't see anything. What I see is like we come in on like Monday or Thursday morning at 9 a.m. and it's just like fucking boom straight down. or Friday, like boom, straight down on Friday morning. We are in a downtrend right now, but it would clean up a lot of stuff. It would clean up like last Friday. It would clean up last Friday. It would put in the bottom for the move higher to 690 and 692. Forget the 87 right now. I think what I'm going to do here is either the close or the open. I'm going to close my calls. And I'm going to probably go flat either at the close today or at the open tomorrow. If it was me, I would do that to us. If I like hated me as a buy the dipper or bull or whatever, I would get everybody primed up for this move higher tomorrow, and the 690 or 687.50 and the 690. We didn't hit the 687.50 today, so I'm like suspect of that. It seems very trappy. Like, I would really need to see this move higher here. If I saw a failure in here, if I saw a fucking failure like here, or some kind of bullshit in here, or even right here, if we didn't get any of this, if we don't hit that target right there, I'm pretty fucking bared for, I'm pretty fucking bared up. So I don't normally get bared up. I'm feeling like I'm in a trap right now. I shouldn't feel like that, but I just want you to know, okay? We've had these on a few Thursday and Fridays. Like, just walk in and it's like, start selling. And then, of course, the bears get all fucking bared up and they're calling for crashes and shit. And they're like max fucking short over the weekend. I mean, they've done that shit at Thursday closes, Friday, and the bell dying down. Middle of Friday, we just had one, right? It was like middle of the day, and we started ramping again. Just note that it's here. Just know, I'm not saying it's going to happen. Just letting you know that there's a fucking bull trap in here, and it would clean up so much shit because you'd put the bottom in, your your V-shaped recovery with the double bat wing fucking bottom down there would be done. It would confirm the move up into 690, 692, the 700 trade into the year. And what's crazier is that you could still leave the gap for expiration. And if I was a dealer, it would be a good way to get us where we need to go, and yet at the same time not pay a lot of fucking people. You just whipsaw people back and forth. Just note here into this close that there's a trap here for bulls. I can see it. I know it's there. I can see it. Just be aware of it, okay? And hourly 30-minute velo is not at like negative 50 or negative 100 and putting in higher lows. It's at neutral, so everything is smelling like a trap to me here. It shouldn't be, but it is. I don't like that we didn't get the 485. What did I say? 487.50 or whatever. So that concerns me. And we didn't quite get the low to 76. We're like right in the middle right now. So I'm like, it feels very trappy. And it's a good way to flush people out. And you'd clean up last Friday. You'd clean up. You'd confirm that last Friday being a down week. There's no continuation of that into this week. You got to remember that we had a bad week. We had a down week last week. So if you were able to stop us this week at that Friday, I think it's Friday 12:45 in the afternoon. Last Friday, right there. If you could back test that and just say, "Hey, we're going higher," I'd be a happy guy. You don't have to do that, but I don't like it. So I'm just going to warn you here into the close. I'm going to warn you out there that there's a bull trap here. I don't know if it happens or not. I'm very suspicious of it right now. God damn it, you got with the fucking bull meme going on me. Oh, fuck. If we hit the fucking 587.5, I'd be stoked. I'd be like, yeah, let's send it down to the fucking dumpster. If we failed this right here, I'd be stoked. Like, if we just like came up here and just fucking failed this shit, I'd be stoked. I'd be like, send that shit down. So for right now, we're going up. Be wary of a failure. And a trap for bulls to the downside into Friday close. It would fuck up all these bulls. I'm thinking about it right now. This would fuck up so many people right now. I'm like, who do we fuck up the most? Like, we've already ran over all the fucking bears, so you can run over all the bulls. And then, of course, the bears see a glimmer of hope. You just like ram it back up their ass again, you know? You know what's fucky about this too is I think if they catch us in this, I think they're gonna stop before we get to like a known inflection point. I think I have it down here at like some funky look, like it's a funky middle of the place nowhere. It's actually the Friday of last week. And then you could like clean out Thursday a little bit, like road a route down there, and you could fucking rewrite the entire options chain, make everybody buy again. Not necessarily bearish, it's more dealer fuckery. That's why I'm telling you, like, you gotta, if this happens, you gotta get in and out, like in, out, because this is not a function of like the market's gonna crash. It's like I'm thinking like a dealer right now. That's what I would fucking do. Just like one more fuck you. Like, you gotta remember, like a dealer like probably lives in like a 5-story mansion with like 8-car garage, fucking probably got a helicopter pad in the back because we fall for it again every time. You know, like fucking retailers fall for this shit like all the fucking time. I wish I was a goddamn dealer. Oh my god, I'd be fucking hammering on you all day long. I'd be hammering on both bulls and bears. I would love that goddamn job. Oh, I'd fucking love it. It's sitting in an office in the basement and just be like, Bob, look, watch this shit. I'm gonna crush all their souls. Like, that's how I feel about it. So just a heads up here. Yeah, and the like, I'm looking at the condors and butterflies too. I'm like, there's some of that going on in here too. Condor gang, Theta gang is probably watching all this and going, I agree. You know, don't send it up until the fucking weekend. You're gonna trick out the bears and trick out the bulls. Like this sideways action, I know it looks like melt up, like sideways and up and sideways and up. I'm still fucking suspect. So anyways, I got us going up into tomorrow. I got us going up to close. We'll see if it rejects. If it does, I'll close those calls out probably up there at some point, and either the bell today or the open tomorrow. So if you're long those calls with me, I have not closed them, still on them. I actually closed puts here a few minutes ago as a wrap trade, and it was just for today, and then as a hedge, and I'll close my calls at the end of the day or the open tomorrow, and we'll revisit it tomorrow where we are, or in the close today. So wherever we wind up the close today, and or the open tomorrow, we'll make a better decision. And I can probably have a look at this tonight at 9 p.m. too. I'm really antsy at this moment right now. I'm usually like 99% sure what's up, and past couple of days I want to say the fuckery started getting big, and like it started in September here and there. October was a little bit more. October was very difficult for me to trade. We traded it correctly, but it was very difficult. And then the past week or two, the start of this month, like I knew we had to go down and create volatility. I knew we had to come down. I didn't know it was going to be that deep. I mean, I gave the target of 72 as the low target, and then I knew we had to get some more volatility. We hit all that and then a little bit more. It was like an extra $1 or $2 or something like that. So we kind of traded that kind of perfectly close. Yeah, I had one bad trade in there. I feel like it's getting more and more difficult. Like yesterday, I had us going down. I knew to check to see if we'd go up there and rip the fucking day, and we did. So I feel like the fuckery is getting more and more and more and more difficult to see. I'm assuming it's because of who's in the market right now. That's what I'm assuming that it is. Too many people in the market right now. So just and I can see all these different outcomes here too. Like I can see like an outcome where we just start fucking melting, and I can see an outcome where we're melting, but they're taking it. Dealers are any chance they have to burn off the options market, they will. It's more than just one. It's not like a 140 character fucking tweet. It's more complex than that. So, just heads up. I know usually I'm pretty confident in everything. I'm becoming a little less confident in, not confident. I just see a bull trap, and it doesn't have to play out. I just see it sitting there, and I would fuck you with it if I could. So that's how I'm viewing it right now. Up and to the right, there's a bull trap here for bulls. A bull trap here for bulls. It's sitting here waiting for us. Just a heads up. It's there. It's glaring in the background. If that helps you guys. Hope it does. SPY's trading higher right now. 332, half an hour left. I fucking hate when the market tries to hide what it's doing. It pisses me the fuck off. It doesn't happen often, but when it does, it's really hard to it's really hard to see. It's really, really hard to see. How do I describe it better? There are moments in the market where there are traps, and like sometimes they don't present themselves, and sometimes they do reveal themselves, and have to be aware of them or acknowledge that they're there. I'm gonna check my calls now. These fuckers, man. And I'm super green right now, by the way. I'm super fucking green. Squeezing higher now, trading 683.83. I'd like to see this 1 minute here this 1 hour get taken out. This fucking goddamn fucking dealers. So we never hit it over here. You see it? We never hit that fucking thing. And that pisses me the fuck off. This like 687 up here. See this? See these yellow bars right here? On the bottom here, SPX. We never fucking hit this thing. And we're getting weekly OPEX here to move. And you guys have been buying all these calls up here, so I would flush the fuck out of you if you had a chance. Shouldn't say that, but I'm still long. You're getting out right now? I'm still long. Congratulations. I'm up right now. It's my fucking calls are $3.20. I bought them for like fucking nothing, like $2.30 or something. So I'm pretty happy right now. They're green. I'm a happy man right now. Dude, I can't believe you're out. Fuck is with my calls right now? Oh, they're plunging again. I'm getting ripped here. Yeah, there's a ton of fuckery here. They're setting a trap for down. I can see it. I'm still long here, guys. I'm still in right now. I'm reading a conversation right now. I'm just letting, all I'm doing is telling you guys that I can see a trap. That's it. Am I the only one that sees the trap? Anybody out there watching this show see a trap here? Yeah, tell him that, David, about missing trades. Patience, right? Tell him that. I tried to talk about that this morning. Like, just be patient. Patience is key. The FOMO is fucking real, man. You're on the trap thesis, Binky? Yeah, it's showing itself right now. It might not do it, but I can see that it's there. Yeah, you want to be a trap too? It's okay. You guys are agreeing it's Trap City. I see it too. Yeah, it's right fucking there. I don't know when it shows itself though. It could do it in the bell or it could do it on the open tomorrow. It's either going to show itself at like 4 p.m., maybe 9. We'll have a failure at like 9 p.m. or we'll have a failure in the open tomorrow. It'll look really good. People buy calls on the bell and they'll fucking shank it right at 9:30, like fucking red bar straight down. That's why I told you this morning, before 9:30, I said they're going to close those fucking gaps on the open. They did. They just drove it straight down. And we didn't move, did we? We just went straight down, closed the gaps, and stopped right there. And I'm like, fuck, we're going to pin fucking 6850 and just park it all day long. It kind of sucked. I wouldn't buy puts here. You got to remember this is a back and forth thing. Like, I wouldn't buy puts there. I would be buying puts on the opening bell tomorrow more than likely. That's when I would do it. I would ramp your ass right here. I would ramp you. I'd fucking murder the puts and then I would come back and sweep the lows. You got to remember too, like 676 is max pain. We're not trading it right now. We're trading 683. The magnet is 682, I think, right now for the close. And you remember, we'll get a little bit of looseness in the market tomorrow. So it doesn't have to happen today. It can happen on the opening bell tomorrow. So just be cool. Just relax. You guys are all calling for a trap. Oh, what do you... Oh... Yikes. There's the meta trade. What do you got for meta? Riding the NAR. Yeah. Yeah, I've got that too, man. I got deeper on this one. I see fucking 540, 550. I think they can fucking shank. I can think they can shank meta. Like, just shank the fuck out of it. Stab it. I'm a little bit more aggressively bearish on meta than riding the NAR is. Yeah, I've got like 540. I've got like 540. I got fucking blood coming for meta. You just shake out every last fucking bull. Like, you just literally just drive him straight down. They remind me of like fucking crypto bulls. They just gotta like fucking, yeah, you fucking make every last fucking meta bull just tears. I fucking went over meta today for like an hour. I was trying to kill time. No, we've got an inside bar, so we can go down one more. We can go down tomorrow to at least we can trade at least 680 because of the inside bar today. There's an inside 4-hour bar here. I'm just letting you all know it's a fucking trap, okay? If you can get out of calls at any point today or tomorrow and open, do it. And what we can do is just play the open. Like the open comes back in and we're up and running, take the long and make a bunch of money. I just see a trap here. It wasn't here earlier. It's here now. We failed to hit target today. And we're not hitting the lows that I want to hit either. We're like right in the middle, and it smells like the last few weekends. Yeah, I still see all-time highs. I do too. I see all-time, like, don't get me wrong. I see 690. I see 692. The only thing I see in here is dealer fuckery. That's it. I gotta impress this upon you. This is not bearishness in any way, shape, or form. It's a fucking function of dealers. That's it. It's literally like just murder the fucking chain. Now they can do it sideways. They can do it sharp, but we haven't put the bottom in either. We haven't fucking put the bottom in, or it doesn't look like we have. So David, if you're watching this, go back and look at like the 12:45 on Friday. It's like last Friday, a little bit of Thursday. There's like a place there for us to bottom out. I would really like to fail though. I would like to fail the all-time high, go down there and sweep it, and then come back up. But they left it open right now. There's potential here for like. And the reason why the other reason I'm thinking this is because if expiration turned into a reverse unclench, like an unclench up, you'd want to take out the low right now. If you took that fucking low out, or if you hammered out the low right now, you could have a reverse expiration, like vertical up instead of down. And what happens is you've killed all the 7,000s for November. All the fucking FOMOers at the beginning of the month. They'll print that shit on OpEx or at month end. Like they'll come screaming straight up and print that fucker. As soon as all those goddamn calls are dead. And I'm like, we can't print 700 until we put the bottom in. The bottom is on the Friday fucking 12:45. Hold on here. So there's a trap here. I'm
1
just
minute
warning you
until
all.
the
There's a
market
fucking
on
trap.
close imbalance.
Right? So I'm now I'm thinking that we go murder, like we go straight the fuck up in OpEx or month end. Either on OpEx or month end, you're gonna see 700, and those calls should be dirt fucking cheap from all those suckers in the beginning of the month. And they're gonna scream when they see the print. They're gonna be pissed. So if that's the case, we have not fucking backtested. You know, for the fucking we did the V, but we like when you come down here, right, and then we do the boom straight down. We're up here, and it's like we have not done
10
this
seconds.
one. We have not done this one right here. It's just like slightly above. I think that was the Thursday. I think that was Friday at 12:45 right here. We have not done that move yet.
Market on close imbalance. S&P 500 buy side 1.2 billion. Nasdaq 100 buy side 1.1 billion.
Get me out of my calls.
Dow 30
Get me
buy
my
side
fucking calls. Go up.
330 million. Mag 7 buy side 625 million.
Give me out of these fucking calls. Moon.
Fed's Purdy says there is strong evidence that bank reserves are no longer abundant.
This is, I'm going to tell you guys something. Like this year, right now, this end of year is not easy.
Fed's Purdy.
It's not easy. I'm telling
The standing repo facility
you. If
should
anyone
be
knows
used
out there
when
telling
needed.
you trading October
Purdy
was
says
easy,
stable
or trading
repo
this
market
month has been
conditions are in
easy, or
everyone's
trading
interest,
the rest of this month,
and the standing
or
repo
December's
facility
going to be
works
easy, they're out of
well,
their
it
fucking
is
minds.
it is an
Man, I know people are
important
gonna be like,
market
up only, but
stabilizer.
It ain't that
Fed's
easy.
Purdy says at some point the Fed
That's
will
just
need
like a
to
bear saying we're going
expand
to crash.
balance sheet again, and the technical Fed balance sheet
You know,
expansion
okay.
is likely soon.
You just keep saying it every
And
month.
Fed's Purdy says the financial system
I'm
reserves
getting
are
out
no
right now.
longer abundant.
This is exactly where I started. I'm getting the. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Oh, my greed's kicking in again. Hold on a second. Just go up a little bit more. Let's make a few pennies here. Fucking sicko. I'm a fucking crazy. Yeah, just a little bit more up. A little bit more. A few more pennies. Keep going. One more. Keep going. A little bit more. Four more pennies. Nope. Keep on going. You can do it. You asshole. I don't even need the money. I don't give a fuck. Just give me the fuck out. I am fucking flat here. Yeah, I made some money. I made 9 cents. I made $900 or something. That's it. There's a goddamn trap here. I gotta ask David if he sees it. No. They're not normally there. There was a trap for bears yesterday. I saw that one too. I saw the bear trap yesterday. I'm seeing the bull trap now. No, fuck no, there's no trap of a trap. I saw the goddamn bear trap yesterday. I even posted about it before it happened on Twitter. I was afraid. I was like, hey, I bet you a bunch of you think this is going to happen today. I was like, there's a bear trap in there. I was afraid for Twitter. I didn't want Twitter to get fucked up. Yeah, I agree, David. It's on the open tomorrow. I agree. It's not today. It's on the tomorrow's open. I agree too. I don't want to say anything on Twitter yet. I actually do like Twitter. I will tell them those things. Don't go blabbing that shit all over Twitter, by the way, if you're watching the show. We're not there yet. I gotta see what it is in the open tomorrow. I'll know in the morning. I see a fucking trap though this time. Like yesterday was you know how big the fucking bear trap was yesterday?
At 4:05 p.m. Eastern Time, we're expecting Cisco Systems Q1 2026 earnings.
Yesterday's bear trap was
EPS
big.
98
You guys know
cents.
that?
Estimated revenue 14.77
Yesterday
billion.
was a giant fucking bear trap. A big one. I was on FinTwit yesterday. It was quiet as fuck. And the noise everywhere was how the market was down yesterday. No one discussed the up move yesterday. Nobody. There was no talk of it yesterday. No talk in the news. No talk from the street. No talk from everybody. We cranked that fucker. We made bank yesterday on that trap. It was fucking baller. That's why you didn't hear anything yesterday about it. It was just kept quiet. No, I didn't see it. I'll look. I'll take a look at it. I still think we need to flush all those assholes out too. I want to see it. I want to see fucking crypto trade like 90 or 80,000, somewhere below 100, like 98.50 or something. Yeah, 98. No, 98. Yeah, 98.250 or something like that. No, 8. God damn it, 85,050. I would like to see, like just like a tick above it. I'd like to fucking all those fucking 100,000 buyers, flush every one of those fucks out, real quick and dirty, and then ramp the fuck out of it and make them all chase, like have them all be bared up, have them all be like Bitcoin crash, fucking, and then fucking sell into them in a high at like 130, and like fucking selling them again. Oh God, thank God I'm out. Yes. Again. Right? Fucking trap right fucking there. Fuckers. Fuckers. God damn. God. I feel like buying puts now. Like fucking like Friday puts 76s, baby. What are fucking 76s costing right now? What a lark. Like, what do they cost for Friday? Puts. What do 76s cost? 80 fucking cents? Fuck that noise. I ain't buying those. No way. Can't believe Friday's 676p's. 82 cents. Nope. Nope, I've done that before. Not gonna do it. No, I'm not. I'm not buying those things. Fuck no. I already know. I fucking know better. I've been telling myself that. It's why, David, that's why I keep telling the audience, I'm like, just buy calls. Like, we can buy puts, chase them all day long, but for a trade to 76 on 82 or 40 fucking points, no thanks. We could grind this fucker out till like Friday, just like sideways and just grind it. Fucking. I know. It's not normally like this. It's been very frequent recently. It's been very difficult to see until like day of. Monday was like, or Monday or Tuesday? Tuesday was like that. Today's only goddamn Wednesday. Today was only fucking Wednesday. They had a trap yesterday for Bears. They got a trap today for fucking Bulls. I ain't touching it. I'm fucking flat. They can fuck right off. I am not giving any money back. Right? It's only fucking Wednesday. It's been crazy. No doubt, right? It was it went fucking vertical on. Dude, I wrote a brief like on last Thursday or something. And I gotta pull the fucking. Let me show you what let me show you guys something here. Like I wrote a brief for I was writing a brief one night, like on Thursday or Friday of last week. Look at that shit. Like so I'm like writing a brief on Thursday or Friday of last week, and I drew fucking I posted
in 5 minutes
this.
time we're expecting Cisco.
Voice news disconnected.
So I drew like what do you call it, going vertical? Dow Jones DIA. I was like, this thing's showing straight up. So I posted it. And yesterday, fucking what's his face? I forget his name right now, but he made a post on Twitter last night and he was like, this is fucked up. It was DIA, it went straight up. It was just like, oh my God, I drew that shit like on Thursday. It was like, I didn't believe it myself. And I left it on the brief because I was like, this is fucking pure crazy. They're going to think I'm crazy drawing this. And it was like straight fucking vertical. And we went straight vertical. Anyways, shit's been really weird. There are a fuck ton of rotation. Too many fuckers in the market. Look at that tick we just got right there. Look at that fucking tick right there. Look at that tick right there. Yeah, whipsaw, whipsaw. Eat your options, eat your options. Yeah, I'm going to watch Asia. I'm gonna go. I'll check back at 6 p.m., 9:30, 2:30 a.m., 4 a.m., and 8 a.m. tomorrow. I want to see what this looks like at 9 tomorrow. All right, you guys have a great night. This wasn't showing earlier. This trap. Just be careful into the open tomorrow. Not necessarily bearish here at all, and this trap may not be anything, but just note that it's there on the open tomorrow. There is a trap for bulls on this close. Yesterday was bears in the middle of the day, and I can see it clear as day. I don't know that it has to be set, or that it's set doesn't mean it has to happen. We start trending up tomorrow, I'll long the fuck out of that. But if we open tomorrow with a big red bar down, we'll chase that fucker straight down together as a team. I'll see you guys tomorrow in the morning. I will be checking at 6 p.m. and then not. I try to check at 9:30 and not right at 9 p.m. And then I'll be checking at 2:30 in the morning tonight as well, in the middle of the night, and I'll check the morning and see what it looks like. If anything changes, if I see anything,